call the budget hearing, mid-year budget hearing to order. Would you please call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bartholomew.
Present.
Councilmember Black. Councilmember Lapine. Councilmember Juneau. Councilmember Roussel.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Trufant Salvant. Councilmember Edgecombe. And Councilmember Williams.
Everyone, please stand for the pledge. Mr. Gray, would you lead us in the pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This time we'll turn it over to Mr. Surpass.
All right. Everybody should have a 2017 budget review book. It's about a 2-inch binder. It's a book we put together just for this meeting. What I like to do first is maybe go through the whole book, go through all the tabs and the pages, and kind of just show you what's there. So so later on, if you have questions or you want to move to something, we can do that. And then we'll go right into the 2016 rollover. Okay. All right. The first few pages you're going to see.
Just as a preliminary to put this, couch this and put this in context, two things. Had two handouts. One was the article about the state facing a $1.5 billion budget gap. I wanted to hand this out to the council members because at the last council meeting, as all of you heard, the Plaquemines Parish Port Harbor and Terminal District lobbyist, Mr. Eric Sundstrom, report because the state legislature did not fix the revenue shortfall and the expenditure issues, the plan with the port, and I commend Director Sanders because Director Sanders did take a logically consistent position when Director Sanders advocated for the legislature to, at least in part, adopt the governor's revenue-raising plan, because had that been adopted, then our plan, the port's plans for the Peters Road Extension Bridge possibly could have been funded. But as the port lobbyist reported, the legislature did not follow the recommendations of Director Sanders, and we won't be, the funding for the Peters Road project bridge is not there because of those actions. That's one article. And then the other article passed out, we passed out the Plaquemines Parish ad valorem taxes year by year. And what that reveals is that from 1992 to 2007, Plaquemines Parish government maintained a minimum of over 18 mills a year. And then when we had the oil boom in 2008, we dropped down to 15 mills. And that has remained at 15 mills. Now, some people have said, and I also emailed you a copy. Pardon me for not printing out a copy of this. Time didn't allow. But if you look at the Louisiana Tax Commission annual report from 2016, some people have said that Plaquemines Parish government does not have the cheapest millage rate in the state of Louisiana, and that is incorrect. Let me state that bluntly. Plaquemines Parish government has the cheapest millage rate in the state of Louisiana. Now, where the confusion comes in is that there are two parishes. When you look at the total millage, there are two other parishes that have, Plaquemines comes in at 67.5 mills. To put that in perspective, Jefferson is over 100 mills, and Orleans is 147.1, almost 150 mills. Now, there are two very small rural parishes that have cheaper than 67. But those parishes, East Feliciana, their local political subdivision collects greater mills than Plaquemines Parish government. What happens is our Plaquemines Parish School Board collects a much larger amount of mills. And so that's why our total millage rate is somewhat higher than East Feliciana, which is listed in the 2016 report as being the cheapest in the state. But again, I state, when you add up East Feliciana's mills for their local government, it's 15.89 mills, as to where Plaquemines Parish government only collects 15.15. St. Landry Parish is also listed as having a lower millage than Plaquemines, but there again the same holds true. You've got municipalities in St. Landry, such as the city of Eunice, that collect higher mills. So it's kind of like comparing apples to oranges. So the next time anyone tells you or says that Plaquemines Parish government does not have the cheapest mill rate, we collect less revenue than any other parish government in the state of Louisiana, you can refer them to the Louisiana Tax Commission Annual Report 2016, which I emailed you all a copy this morning. So we have the cheapest millage rate in the state of Louisiana. And with that information, I felt it was my duty, one, to put these mid-year budget reviews in context. First of all, following on the heels of the report from the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District lobbyist, Mr. Eric Sundstrom, put that in context as to why the port will not have the money for the Peters Road Bridge Extension Project, because the legislature failed to adopt the recommendations of Director Sanders, and some in our lobbying group did not do that. And then also, secondly, to correct this incorrect assumption that we are not the cheapest millage rate. We are the cheapest. We collect less revenue than any other local political subdivision in the state of Louisiana. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Director of Finance.
Okay, we just kind of followed through the book. The first is probably first 4 pages, just kind of go through the rollover, and then the different things in the budget that we're going to request. The second tab, the red tab, is fund balance reports. The first one is a report that you see every council meeting. It shows everything that is going to be on the agenda that is related to finance and has amounts related to it. And so we'll go through that. There's other fund balances behind that. We can go through the designations. The white tab is the capital improvements budget. We can go through that also. There's not a whole lot left in there, but we can do that. The next tab is the manpower table. It has several reports and an entire manpower table, just like you get at the council meeting. The next one is revenues detail. We can go through the revenues to each one. And then the next one, I have 2 expenditure reports. One is a department summary, where you can look at each department individually as a total. And then another one is detail by department. So that's basically what's in the book. It's a lot smaller than the big books you get at the budget hearings, which were required to put certain reports in there. Anytime y'all want to jump back and forth or whatever you want to do, we can definitely do that. So if we turn to the first page. What? Right. Let me explain that too before we get started. This doesn't work like the beginning of the year budget. What we're going to do here is you can make suggestions, or we can discuss something. You can ask us, and we can do ordinances. But it's going to have to go on the agenda, and we're going to have to do an ordinance to pass this stuff. Any changes y'all have. There are 3 ordinances that Mr. Bartholomew introduced at the last council meeting. that's on the agenda. They're generic. One's for revenues, one's for expenses, and one is for capital improvements. So we can, those are on the agenda. Any changes you want to make, we can do a substitute for those ordinances and put the stuff on the agenda. And so you can vote on it at this next council meeting. Unless it's something you want to hold over, you want to, it's up to y'all, however y'all want to do this. But it's got to be done at a council meeting. It's not something we can vote on today. So we're just going to go through everything, and I'm going to kind of show you some of the stuff that we're suggesting that we do, and then we can go from there. If you look at the first page, this is the 2017 fund balance report, adjusted for the 2016 rollover. If you look at the first column, the orange column, you're going to see these fund balances are the ones you've been seeing on every fund balance report that you received. So the last fund balance report you got, these were the balances. You can look at the unreserved and designated, $394,000. If you look at the gray column, this is changes that were made. Now, this is not something that goes to the council to be voted on. This is something based on the 2016 actual. We have a 2016 budget. When the actual numbers are done, when they're audited and the audit's complete, which it is now, we take those numbers and we take the budgeted numbers, we turn them into actual numbers. So this actually changes your fund balances automatically. So when you see the next fund balance report, you're going to see the ones in purple. So let's kind of go through the changes. Bond and debtors actually went up $414,000. This is because the numbers that I get from Scott Elston, the actual numbers, what we budgeted, the bond and debtors over $19 a barrel was actually $414 more. The price of oil went up a little bit, so it actually increased it. So your fund balance now in bond and debtors, what you did have was around $8.6 million. That number went up to $9.1 million. So you had, I think it was 1 year's bond payments that were in there, so this actually went up a little bit. The next increase is FEMA revenue. Now, we went through this the last time. It was $5 million, $5.5 million. What this was is basically the Hurricane Isaac. I had to kind of explain this to y'all last time. Hurricane Isaac, when we budgeted Hurricane Isaac, it was based on 90-10. That's what we were told it was going to be. 10% parish, 90% FEMA. That number's never did change to that yet. It's still at 75-25. This is money we're setting aside so that in case this number does not change to the 90-10, we'll have this money set aside to go back and put that back in the budget. If we take this out, we put it back in unreserved and designated, and we spend it, and this thing stays at 75-25, we're going to have a real problem. So you can see the $4.6 million, the increase to $10 million. This is not all for Isaac. About $1.5 million is for Isaac, the same thing I just told you about. So that would bring it up to around in mid-sixes. The almost $7 million. The rest of it is actually projects from Katrina. It has to do with several things. One thing is the NFIP. This is all numbers that came from All South. We actually put the money in the amounts in the financial statements. They had a lot of recodings. They had things that they thought were going to be reimbursed that now they're saying they're not sure they're going to be reimbursed. So what we're doing is we're setting that money aside. When we did the budget, we did revenues and expenses. Hurricane Katrina was 100%, 100% refundable. We had a bunch of stuff in there for the NFIP that we had to cover, and we've been covering that stuff. We put that money aside a while back. But now some of these stuff is getting closed out. It's getting close to being closed out, and they're noticing that it may not be reimbursed. So this stuff is going to have to be covered if it's not. Now, when they close it out and they come back and they say, okay, yeah, it's going to be reimbursable, then we can put this money back in the fund balance. But we're setting this money aside just in case that happens. So that's why you see $4.6 million. So your fund balance in the FEMA revenue is $10.1 million now. If you look, you go down to unreserved and designated, it was $394. We're increasing it by $2 million to $2,492,000. The way that we come up with that is we look at all the revenues, and if the revenues, what we budgeted, if the actual is over what we budgeted, that goes into the rollover. So that would increase this number. Same thing with expenses. You budgeted expenses and you didn't spend those expenses, that would actually go into this number too. So That's why now your fund balance for your unreserved and designated is going to be $2.4 million. So the only thing that really changed from where we were before, your emergencies are still the same. Self-insurance, your bond indebtedness went up, the FEMA revenue went up, and your unreserved undesignated.
If I may, Tommy, before we go to the next page, what Tommy was discussing about the over $5.5 million on Isaac, we're leading the charge for the state on this matter, because if we have an appeal with FEMA regarding Fort Jackson, if we win that appeal and the state is heavily backing us on that appeal, then the entire state of Louisiana will be reimbursed by FEMA at 90%, as opposed to 75%. And the reason for that is FEMA puts a threshold. I think currently it's like $6.7 million of damages. For Isaac, I can't remember. It might be the same amount, might be a different number. But the key is to get over. And so if we win the Fort Jackson appeal on Isaac, the whole state's, because that's, I think, about, what is it, 11, 12?
For the whole state?
It's several $million. It'll push the whole state over the threshold.
Right.
Because to collect on FEMA, you need two things. The local parish has to meet a threshold of loss, which we did, and then the state of Louisiana has to meet a threshold of loss, which we're close to it. They're fighting, the state's fighting with FEMA, and we're fighting with FEMA. But if we win the Fort Jackson appeal, the whole state, not just Plaquemines, will be reimbursed at 90%, as opposed to being reimbursed at 75%.
Okay, any questions on this page? Kind of seeing where we're starting off. Okay, if you flip over to the next page, this is, I'm going to go through this is an adjustment proposal. This is what I'm bringing to you and telling you this. We did a review of all the revenues and the expenses, and this is what I'm bringing to you and telling you this is what we're proposing to make adjustments to. If you look at the revenues, oil and gas royalties, $3.6 million reduction from in the 2017 budget. Scott's going to go through this and then kind of tell you, show you charts and things and tell you why this is happening. If you look at the price was right on. It's $50. It averaged $50 a barrel, and we only budgeted at $47.50. But the production is the issue. The production's going down. He's going to show you charts to show you that. The state 10% royalties, same thing, $626,000. We're asking for a reduction. Sales tax. This is all based on, I got the sales tax manager to go through and look at, compare 2016 to 2017. This is all related to oil and gas. $773,000 decrease. Total decrease in revenues for 2017, $5 million, $5,017,000. These are for the revenues. The expenditure items, I can go ahead and move to Scott now, and he can go through and give you, show you the charts that he prepared and the reports that we have in the back to show you the decreases. If you go to supplemental information, green tab in the back. Go on, Scott. You go to the purple page first. This kind of gives you, it pretty much shows you exactly by month what's going on. If you look at the top section is parish oil royalties. The second section is a state 10% royalties. Let's look at the top section first. If you look at the totals per month, we budgeted $883,000. We expected the price went up. We expected to receive those revenues. We had budgeted at in the 30s. The budget was in the 30s for 2016. We increased that to $47.50. We assumed that the royalties were going to go up, and that's not what's happening. If you look at the actual amounts that we received for each month, $652,000. 654, 558, 567. You see it drop down from 654, almost $100,000 a month, and it's staying that way. And it's all based on production. If you look at Hillcore at the top, which is 83% of our oil and gas budget, you can see it goes. whatever Hillcore checks come in, that's what really what we collect, because that's most of it. You can look at 540 we received, then 550, then we went down to 468, 467, and we kind of staying there. Now, you had a little uptick, 486 to 492, but is it going to go back up to where we need it to be? I mean, I can't see. If you do an average out for the whole year, Scott and I did this, you can see at the bottom in green, not at the very bottom of the page, but at the bottom of this little section, for the next month, $318,000 reduction. You know, we're going to be short $318,000 each month until the end of the year for the next 6 months. So with that, I'll turn it over to Scott, and he can, he has some charts. If you turn to the next page, for oil production.
Yeah, the next page is net oil production to the parish. So this is net barrels from 2011 through today. So, and there's basically two parts to the plot. If you look on the y-axis on the left side, that shows the net oil production to the parish. That's barrels per month. And on the right side shows the is another plot, which is the oil price, and you can see that smooth curve running through the plot. The smooth black curve that represents the oil price at the time of you're seeing the production rates. So
So the black line, if you look at the black line, that shows the price where it was starting out January 2011, and you watch that black line, and that shows you how the price dropped off.
So in 2011, you know, the parish was receiving high rates, relatively medium average rates with high prices. So we were having budgets at 42 and 43 and $40 million, budgets. If you look at the end of the curve, you see that from 2014 through 2017, the price has pretty much framed out at around $40 to $50 a barrel. It's kind of averaged that for the last, from 2015, 16, and 17. So you don't see an immediate decrease in the rate at the time. You see that the rates don't just go off, they continue on. So obviously the operators want to keep producing their oil, but eventually the rates are going to go down because the operators are not going to fund their dollars for the next year to drill a $6 million well in the parish and recomplete and do all the work that they have to do. So eventually what we're seeing now is from probably mid-year last year to now, you can see that drop down. And that's basically what we're going to see is a recalculation of the budget. And unfortunately, it's going to be down about from what we had proposed in 2017 of $10.6 million from the oil and gas to $6.9 million, which is a $3.6 million drop in the next 6 months. And then also the state 10% would be a drop of $600,000. So that would be a total of a $4.2 million cut. You know, these are numbers. These are hard numbers. So these are the actual numbers. You can see the effects, in 2012 of Hurricane Isaac, where it dipped down. Unfortunately, Hillcore is the, big producer out here. I wouldn't say unfortunately, but they're what happens to them is kind of what happens to the parish. So with the dollars. So you're starting to see a decline in here because the price has sustained low for quite a few years now. And so I believe that the operators are not putting out the money to keep those rates high. And eventually, when the price does go back up, you're not going to see an immediate increase in rate until probably another year after that, because it takes time to plan and drill and do all these things to get production back up in these fields.
So if you look at the chart and you look at the blue kind of tells the picture. The blue is Hillcore. So if you look at the blue, you can see the production was pretty much flat all the way in through almost October 2016. And just in those few months, the production dropped off that much. When we did the budget for 2017, the price, y'all had set the price at $47.50, and that was that's accurate. I mean, the price for the year is 50.63. You know, I keep track of this every day, so I know it's around $50. So the price was good, but, you know, nobody anticipated this decrease in production.
Also, the state, the state is, I keep informed with the state, and they're running their 2016 price at 44.42, and 2017 price at 48.62, and their 2018 price at 49.52. So they're all under $50 a barrel oil as of last week.
So,
And
okay, go ahead. I mean, if you have any questions with any of that? Not a good thing. If we turn to the white page, the first page in that section. Oh, go ahead.
If I may, Mr. Ellison, in 2008, what was the price of oil?
2008?
Wasn't it about $146?
Yeah, it was way high then,
Yeah.
at that point.
Would you not agree with me that price of oil was a boom-bust cycle?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So if we went back and looked at the numbers in 2008, 2008 it was $146 a barrel. That was the peak, the boom. And then in 2016 it went down for a period to $26 a barrel. That would be the bust, correct?
I agree, yep.
So
So when it goes back up, you're going to see the rates go back up, and the rates basically chase the price. Yeah, it is a boom bust type situation. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so if we go back to the white page in that section, supplemental information. Basically, I'm going to show you the price, the proposed adjustments for the price. We're not asking for that because the price, you know, as far as I'm concerned, is good. There's no reason for us to increase or decrease the price because the price is there. It's not the price issue. It's a production problem. So if you go down and you look at the 10% royalties, you see 10%. We're asking for a decrease of proposed amendment, $626,000. The parish royalties and oil and gas together, gas is $31,000 increase actually, so it doesn't really affect anything. A $3.6 million reduction, total $4.2 million just in oil and gas. Decrease in revenues. Any questions? Scott?
I got a question.
Sure. Sure.
Scott, do you have any regional comparisons? Say, for instance, production from Plaquemines as opposed to, say, Lafourche, Terrebonne, Cameron. Is there a trend that everybody's production is going down or sustaining that low level of production? Or is Plaquemines just a...
Yeah, that's a good question. I haven't actually compared like Lafourche or Terrebonne Parish production. I would assume that they're kind of in a similar situation where operators are kind of slashing their budgets for the next years because of the low oil price. I would assume it would be similar to what we're seeing here, but I haven't made comparisons to that. I guess it would also depend on the operators out there.
I have a concern is that the production is down, so that means we will have a lower price, we have less money coming in. So we have to do something to make that adjustment in the budget to reflect that.
That's correct.
So we just cannot leave it as is because it has a negative impact.
No, you can't. Because,
Okay.
you know,
Just
by
wanna
the end
make
of the year,
sure.
you know, by the end of the year, we'll be $5 million short
All right.
on revenues.
Thank
And basically, you know, there's other revenues, no doubt, but the oil and gas and the sales tax and ad valorem taxes is your major revenues. So anything else really is not going to matter if it goes up or down.
Thank you. Following along those lines of surrounding areas, the state also obviously is declining from the royalties that we are collecting. So that's a trend across the state, obviously, as well.
Right, yeah. And you can see that in the state 10%. We were, you know, years ago we were getting over $1 million a month from the state 10%, which is the state lease production, which is the surrounding state leases that surround the parish that receives that 10% back from the state. and now it's 400,000 or 430,000 a month instead of that.
So it appears that the price is what's driving everything?
I agree. Yeah. Yep.
And then naturally, if the price is driving everything, and we talked about the boom bust cycle, and you mentioned that it would take some time for us to get back to a higher price once they geared up.
Right.
And we're probably looking at a couple of years.
I agree. I think
More?
so. Yeah, because you might get a high price next week of $70 or whatever. If it once the price sustains, then the operators will start doing the work and getting their production up. They want to chase the high price, but when the price is low and sustained like that, you're going to eventually see a drop. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I think when we did the budget for 2017, we anticipated a reduction in the production. We talked about that. He said slowly, it's going to slowly drop off. We didn't anticipate that it was going to fall off like that. Absolutely not. So that's why you're seeing this big reduction. Like I said, when we set the price, if you look at that same little chart, you can see in 2016 the budget was at $38 a barrel. We budgeted at $47.50, so that's a $10 a barrel increase, and usually it's around $300,000 per barrel. That's the way we do it. But the price, I could tell you the price right now. We can increase it to $80, but if the checks that I'm receiving from the oil companies don't come in to reflect that, then it means nothing. All right, that's all you have, Scott?
I think so.
Y'all have any questions for Scott?
Yeah, I would just like if Scott could just give us a follow-up on that, if you don't mind. I mean, basically, my point is, if, say, Hillcorp, for example, is producing, has a production well in Plaquemines and one in Terrebonne, and obviously you have to cut operational costs because we don't need as much oil because we have a glutton. So they make a decision, we'll shut down the Plaquemines well as opposed to the Terrebonne well.
Right.
So it could possibly be that other areas are getting more revenue from production.
Well, yeah. Like for instance, Hillcorp, if they have other holdings in Lafourche, the companies themselves will classify their fields as where they're going to put their money.
Right, exactly. So that's why I'm just asking if you can get us some type
Sure.
of regional trend.
Yeah, I can do that. A lot of times when I try to contact, it's hard to get information like that out of an operator because they don't like to divulge their private, stuff going on. But I can dig in. Maybe
Yeah,
get
even if it's not
something
from
to
the operator, just from the
yeah,
finance
just general,
departments.
yeah,
right.
absolute production and rates and stuff like that for the surrounding parishes. Yeah,
Thanks.
absolutely.
I'll after Scott puts that together, I'll bring it to y'all at a council meeting and let you know. I don't know if it'll be at this one, but I'm sure by the next one. Any other questions on that? About well, we can go back to let's go back to the first page. Well, actually, the front. Go back to the second page, the gray page. So these are the proposals that I'm bringing forth, and we're actually going to have to do ordinances for this. And you'll see an ordinance at the next council meeting, a revenue ordinance, which is going to ask for a reduction in oil and gas royalties of $3.6 million, state 10% royalties of $626,000, sales taxes, which is also based on his history. I mean, when I plotted it out for the rest of the year, next 6 months. We're going to have to decrease it by $773,000. It's just not going to make the budget. It's all based on the oil and gas. When that goes down, everything follows. So total royalties, $5 million decrease. You're going to see, like I said, you're going to see an ordinance on the table. The change to the one Mr. John had put up there, and it's going to you'll see this on it. Now, how do we fund it? Well, let's go ahead through the expenditures first. You're going to see in these back pages, and we're going to go through this. We'll go through the manpower, so I'm not going to harp on this too much. Manpower changes. This is actually going to help your fund balance, $220,000. This is a combination of overtime and the vacancies through now. So not the vacancies for the whole year, but the vacant positions through now. You're not going to need that money. We did an analysis on that. You're not going to need the money for those vacancies. So we're increasing it for that, and we're increasing overtime So it kind of nets out to $220,000. This is going to increase your unreserved undesignated. I did a summary of all the items that's on the agenda. Of course, I'm sure not all this is going to pass, but I put this down. It adds up to about $1.8 million. So if you pass all the items on the agenda, which I have a summary on that so we can go through those, that comes up to be $1.8 million. That's going to cost. Increase in expenses. I also had a few department requests that we can go through, $372,000. That's going to actually decrease your unreserved undesignated. Your total expense increase, $2,039,000. So your anticipated fund balance reduction is around $7 million if all of this stuff passes. So let's go through the bottom. This is fund balances that are available for appropriation. We looked at on the first page, the changes that were made and the different fund balances are there. This is fund balances that are available. You saw the unreserved undesignated is now $2,492,000. Emergencies, $3,709,000. Bond indebtedness, you see that's an increase, $9,172,000. The cap on that is $10 million, which we have had in the past, but last year with the budget shortfalls, we put 1 year's bond payments in. And in the BP settlement funds, I'm going to go through this too. That's going to be in this designation. Now, this hasn't been done yet. I'm going to have to give you an ordinance that's going to increase the revenues for BP. It's going to show you the expenses for the attorney fees, and the difference is actually going to be the amount that goes into this designation per your ordinance.
And on the, this number will, it appears, according to legal, will go up. It's, this administration will follow the law, and we have requested from the attorneys who had this BP case for an ordinance where the parish council authorized the use of a contingency fee. The attorneys in this case are demanding over, I think, about approximately $6.7 million in legal fees. And we've, Mr. Peter Barbay, the parish attorney, has requested an ordinance from the council, and this would have been the prior council, that authorized us over $6.5 million contingency fee. So far, we cannot find one, and Mr. Barbay will continue the search, but we're certainly not going to make a payment without it being a legal payment. So Mr. Barbay, the parish attorney, has informed me that the total fund balance of $33.9 million will probably go up by at least another, possibly another 5. But we will hear more from that. We're giving the attorneys an opportunity to find said ordinance because this occurred prior to this council being had taken seat and prior to this administration.
Any questions?
Yeah, during that legal battle, could the attorneys that we had hired file an injunction to actually hold all that money where we can't use any of it?
They're holding it down. They're holding over approximately $6.5 million.
But only the part that they're claiming, not the other 18, right?
Correct.
Okay, I got you. All right, I just wanted to make sure that the entire $24 million isn't being held. Just the. All right.
While we're on that, let's turn to the blue page. I did a little summary on that. This is just for 2017. The total BP settlement for 2017, $25 million. The expenses, the attorney fees, $6.4 million. The check we received so far was $8,564,943. We received that check already, and it's been deposited into to the bank account that y'all. What's that? Well, no. What we collected so far is $8 million.
$10 million's coming in October.
The $10 million's coming in October. So yeah, if you look at the $18 million, that's what we're going to have by the end of the year. So basically, what happens? I'm going to come to y'all, like I said, with an ordinance that's going to increase the revenues for the BP settlement of $25 million for 2017. It's going to actually put in the expenses increase the expenses by $6,400,000. So your net is going to be $18,564,000. That's what should be in the designation for the BP settlement.
And again, just to reiterate, that 18.5 million should go up by another couple million, unless there's an ordinance that authorizing the contingency fee, which we have not been able to locate, nor have the attorneys who are holding the about 6.5 million. They haven't been. We've requested one, and they haven't been able to produce one either.
Councilman Roussel.
If we take that road and the attorneys litigate it, then how long do you think that will come to a final decision to be able to increase that general fund balance if they litigate it?
If I may answer that, I don't know what they're going to litigate. There's 3 requirements for them to have a valid contract, and they don't have any of them. And I've asked them for any amount of number of times for the last 2 months to produce the documents, and they cannot. So I think it's pretty safe to say they don't have them. So at this point, I think they're going to have to shift to a second strategy of trying to go to just a formula based upon what they're going to claim they've earned. But that would be a much reduced rate because, frankly, I don't know how they're going to justify. Even with the number of hours they told me they worked, it would be over $1,000 an hour, which would be absurd to be paying. So I don't know really how much they're going to be able to litigate. So I anticipate them most likely trying to come up with some proposed settlement fairly quickly. So, but we'll know more later by the end of the week.
Thank you.
Okay, so to summarize this page is, the only ways that we can this revenue reduction, the only way that we can cover it is either to go in these expenses, cut the expenses, find additional revenues to raise, or take it out of one of these fund balances for now. So that's just something to keep in mind when we do the ordinances. I mean, if y'all want to tell us how y'all want to try to do it, we could put that in the ordinance. So if y'all want to just put it on the table as blank, we can do it that way too and decide then. But I think we'd be better to do it here. But let's go ahead and go through the expenses first, so we can kind of look at that. We're going to do the manpower because we have a whole section on manpower. We'll do that next. We went. If we go to the second, the page that is. Go to the red tab, and this is going to give you the summary of the agenda items. So we'll know that what you're facing. The red tab, white page, first page. This will give you an idea of what you're facing, that's on the agenda. As far as, now this is just finance stuff. It's just not finance, but it's just stuff that has money involved in it. We can go through them one by one. The first thing is there is a Councilmember Black has a manpower amendment ordinance on the table for the parish president, for an executive assistant. This would be coming from the legal department budget, $34,000. It would have a zero effect on the unreserved or designated. The next one is a manpower for the directors, to increase the 3 director salaries to $75,000 and take that funding from the operating budget of the directors and the parish president. The effect would be $46,360, but the unreserved and designated would not be affected. It's just a transfer of funds. The next one is Councilmember Roussel has on there. It has changes on there. We don't have a funding source for this yet. This is for the West Enclosure Complex. Total is $178,010.
Yes. While we're on that item, it's come to my attention several months ago that we're in arrears on a contract that we have to operate pump stations, this particular pump station. And since pump stations have been an item of contention in the discussion lately, the contract that we have with the West Enclosure Complex will be, I guess, in default eventually, or
Yeah, we'll go back
I'm not sure how we're going to handle that, but it's an obligation that this government owes to the West Enclosure Complex, or SLEFA West, to be able to pay for our portion of that operation. And this 178 actually is low now because we have another payment due. We're probably up to about $240,000 now that we owe Sleffer West. And I know that they have sent registered letters to this government, and we haven't responded. I've been getting calls from people in the state to find out where we stand on the payment. And the only thing I could tell them is that I would bring this issue up today in the budget review. So if you have any response to that or any recommendation to that, I'm open to anything that you may want to offer. I realize that I did bring this up at a council meeting a while back, and I remember the comment that it was we were in charge of the budget. So if we're in charge of the budget, ladies and gentlemen, that we have to do this, I want you to keep that in mind when we start making amendments, that we do have an obligation, a contract, and we're not honoring it.
Councilman Roussel, it's my understanding that we paid a goodly amount of what was allegedly in arrears. I think part of this was just the simple oversight when Blair left. But I think, didn't we pay that recently, Tommy? We paid some to Sleffer West. I know.
We did, no, we paid some, I think that was, I don't know if it was last year, probably the beginning of last year, maybe.
Right.
And, but I don't think we paid the whole thing from the paperwork that I saw. It's, showed that we didn't pay for 16.
Okay, because I was under the impression we had sent a payment to them.
No, we did last year, but not
Okay.
this year.
All right, so we do need to fund it, yes, sir.
Okay, the next item, these are all manpower issues, and that's the reason I put this on here, so that when we go through the manpower, you can be aware that this stuff is on the agenda already. So it's not, if this is stuff you wanted to cover, you don't have to. We don't have to do another ordinance for these things. Now, keep in mind, any numbers you see here that are increases are going to decrease our fund balance. These are just for 3 months for the rest of the year. If we have to budget these things for a whole year, we put these positions on, then that means in 2018, you can quadruple it, that number. That's how much it's going to cost. So if you look at the one for Mr. Bartholomew for manpower, maintenance, safety, flood control departments, and other funds with positions within those departments, it's $236,000. I can kind of go through what positions that is on that one. That would be agenda item L. It's a master electrician in maintenance, a safety engineer, the safety department, the flood control department, a diesel mechanic, 4 truck driver 2s, and a grade O operator, and also in flood control, 4 heavy equipment operators. So that's the increase. $12 positions. The total to put them on for the rest of the year would be $236,000. Now we all know that it takes time for it to be advertised and put on. It'd be close to the end of the year by the time these people were hired.
So you're looking at about $1 million for 18
Roughly, yes.
for all of them?
Yes.
For just those?
Yes, because when we
For
did
full
these,
year funding?
whole year funding, yes, ma'am. Go to the next one. That one is manpower for the public right-of-way maintenance department. Simply 12 tractor driver 2 positions, $210,000. So close to $1 million again. Now keep in mind when we do the 2018 budget also, unless something happens within the next 6 months, you're going to be looking at roughly the same revenues for oil and gas that you're looking at right now. So if that's a $5 million decrease, then we're probably going to have to budget the revenues at that next year. Unless something happens between now and then, which, can't see it happening that fast, but it went down that fast. So the next one is manpower, director of operations, administration, public service. Annual increase of salaries to $85,000. This is only going to cost this year $44,000, and the reason is because you had the salaries were lowered, and for the first part of the year it was at $85,000. So, and then it had no director of administration at all the whole year. So, and that was budgeted. So that's why this number is lower. The next one is drainage department, 7 pump station operator positions, $137,000. Now, these positions, these are new positions. There's another one you're going to see later on to put money in the interim employee training department, which is to put 5 pump station operators in training, to put them there to start paying them, but not actually put them in the drainage department yet. As the people leave, which is supposed, I think he's had around 5 operators supposed to leave before the end of the year, to train these people, and as they leave, to move them from that department into the drainage department.
In addition to these 7?
In addition to the 7, correct. But those 5 are to replace the ones that are there already. All right, the next one.
Before you move, Tommy.
Okay, yes, sir.
That wouldn't increase if we're just replacing those who are leaving, right?
Yes, sir. Just replace the ones that are
Yeah,
leaving.
so it won't be an increase more or less.
Well, no, not for
Because-
next, not for next
Not
year.
for those 5, yeah, that's what I'm saying,
Right,
because those
right.
5's already been budgeted.
For
I mean,
this, right.
okay.
Not for 17, right.
Yeah.
This, it will be a small increase for this year, yes,
Right.
because,
Not
you know,
next year.
right. Because you're actually putting those people on addition so they can train while the other
Right.
people are still in
So that's
place.
what we, put- that's the increase in training.
Right,
part of it.
correct. But next year, you know, if those people are gone, then they're just going to replace those people.
They just
they'll-
fall in.
It wouldn't be an
Right.
increase for those 5, right.
All right.
Now, these, yes, it would be, because these are additional employees.
Right. Thank you.
All right, the next one, Mr. Barbe, he could probably cover this better than I
Councilman
can.
Juneau?
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
With those 5 people retiring, could they come back as part-time?
They could, I mean, if we put the, we change those positions to part-time, yes.
Because I think that would save us some money, and we could get people already trained if they would come back as part-time, since they'd be retired.
I mean, I'm sure they could do that, and if we put the, those positions on, it would
Okay.
save you your benefits.
Thank
Okay, the next one is legal services, and it's for all company, it's $100,000. Mr. Barbe could probably tell you more about this one than I can.
We have a matter that's being set for trial. It was a FEMA dump that was used after Hurricane Katrina during past administrations. That the matter has been set for trial. One of the neighbors has filed suit. Started out alleging just smoke inhalation and a few minor things, but as the case has developed, I fear it could turn into a very major amount. Now they're trying to claim that there are toxic items and substances which have crept into the water table in the ground. And so we've had to bring in an expert on environmental issues, and the matter is going to be set for trial shortly. We had a pretrial and a number of motions that were heard last week, and Judge Clement has pretty much said we're going to reschedule, and then we're going to set a trial date. So we will have a trial date probably on that coming up sometime in the next 6 months to a year, and I anticipate that we will end up having to do some major litigation work on this. So, but the exposure could be absurd. You could be looking at $20, $30, $40 million in something like this in terms of remediation if this case isn't handled properly. So this is definitely one we have to keep an eye on. So
Councilman Ashcombe?
Mr. Barber, if I may, what site is that?
that was Empire.
Empire on the old highway?
Yes.
There's already been a test done on that.
What's that?
There's already been a test done on that one.
Yeah, there's a number of tests, but that hasn't slowed down the plaintiff at all. So the problem that I anticipate with this is all the plaintiff would have to do would be to come up with an expert to say, yes, that's been done, but you've got X, Y, and Z in the ground. And what will happen is it'll be a battle of the experts sitting in a trial. And so as a result, if we don't properly defend this, we could be hit with a monstrous judgment.
Right, well, I remember it cost us, I think, $47,300 to get the study done. And there's a stack of paperwork about this high off the floor.
We have volumes upon volumes upon volumes on this case. So, but I just think I've tried to use I thought rather low number, but a reasonable number
Yes, sir.
to get it into posture for trial. And the attorney who's doing it is probably the best at what he does in terms of class action, litigation, and environmental issues. And he's doing it for a reasonable amount. And so we're just trying to get ahead of it before it jumps up.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Councilman Black after Council President, then Councilman Black. Oh, you want, Councilman? He yield to you.
Okay. Tom, if you want to just then go ahead, I'll withdraw the first item on this agenda item. That way, I won't touch that $34,000 in legal services. That way, Peter will have that, so you can reduce it from the 100, I guess.
All right, I'll put that one as withdrawn.
All right.
Just,
So it's
just
an extra 34,000 for
Right.
yeah.
Thank you, Councilman Black. Just to reiterate with what the parish attorney is saying, this is a very good law firm. We're being sued by Nungesser, an Ignatius law firm, and the lead plaintiff attorney has won some very big cases. So we can't be caught asleep at the wheel. And there have also been some depositions taken of former officials that were we can't fall asleep at the wheel.
Anybody else? Tommy? I'm sorry. Councilman Russell?
Since this is an ongoing litigation matter, I'd like to have this in executive session to learn more about what Mr. Cormier just alluded to.
Sure.
So we'd ask the secretary to put this on for our next council meeting. Thank you.
Councilman,
Mr. Surpass?
would you like me to have the attorney present who's
Please.
handling the matter? Because I
Please.
think he might be very good at explaining it.
Okay, the next item is Mr. Bartholomew's, also Legal Service Department, Professional Services, General, $50,000. Mr. Barber might want to expand on that.
Sure. This is actually the matter where Mr. Terrio was sued in CDC on the, I guess you'd say, libel and slander matter. And so this is just a matter of setting funds aside to help with his defense. The judge in that matter has ordered the plaintiff to amend his petition. He threw out part of his claim, leaving only with one, and I think at this, I'm hoping this was actually going to be money we won't need, but I'm not sure at this point. They're waiting to take the deposition of Lee Zert, and then I think we'll know better from there where we're going to go with that. So,
Okay. Let me stop for a minute and tell you, I should have done this at the beginning. This is a report you see all the time. I just want to make sure you understand that if you look at each column, have unreserved and designated binding debtors, emergencies, and an unidentified source. The reason I put them unidentified because they're blank. You know, we don't have a funding source for them. It's something we're going to have to fill in and decide where we want to take these things if this is something we want to do. The two items that Mr. Barbe just went through, the $100,000 and $50,000, are actually in the unreserved undesignated column. That would actually decrease your unreserved undesignated if you voted on it the way it is. I just want to clear that up so you know that from when we go forward. The next one is Mr. Bartholomew's. We didn't have I think y'all had done this one. I didn't have a department on this one, but this is for professional service for the Rose O'Kane infestation. And the way it's written, it would come from the unreserved and designated $50,000. The next one's for Mr. Bartholomew. Capital improvement, Scarsdale, Belchester Ferry Landing projects, $200,000 from emergencies. Mr. Bartholomew has the next one, recreation facilities and services, supplies, recreation, transfer from swimming pool to day van, from day van salaries. That's and it's a zero effect on the fund balance. It's a transfer between departments. The next one is Mr. Bartholomew's flood control department, equipment other, transfer from flood control maintenance equipment heavy. It's $6,000, and I think this is for an ice machine. No effect on the fund balance. Next one's Mr. Bartholomew's. Yes, ma'am? Ice machine, I believe so. $6,000. The next one is a Homeland Security Emergency Preparedness Department. Revenue and expense is just a donation, and the money's going to increase the expenses in the Homeland Security Department. Zero effect. The next one's one that I had touched on before. This is the one for the Interim Employee Training Department, which is to fund the 5 pump station operators that are supposed to be leaving. The effect on this one is $79,750 for the rest of the year.
And will that be, is that a plan to be an ongoing fund, like training, or is that just gonna be?
Well, we used to have that. We used to have that department, and then whenever, in fact, I was in that when before I took the position, I went in that for like 4 months until the finance manager left, and then I moved in there. So we used to do this quite often, put them there to train those people.
I think it's a good idea, but I was just wondering if the plan was to keep it going forward.
I mean, that's up to y'all, have y'all,
Councilwoman Williams, I think that's a very good idea.
If the funds permit.
Yeah.
Right.
This is just for those flood pump,
Right, that's just for flood pump, but you can put any departments in there.
But-
Right. Correct.
For the long-term good of the parish, we have several areas. We're lucky to still have Miss Maggie Bonneville doing the land department, but we don't have anyone, if something were to happen where she retired or something, we really, there's several positions like that throughout parish government where the people are going to suffer because we've just been depending on who's there. But if heaven forbid, if someone gets sick or something,
this is just salaries, benefits aren't paid to the trainees?
Oh, yeah, it's benefits too, yeah. Because what happens is the whole thing just goes right over to, right. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. If you have a position that you know somebody's going to retire in 6 months or 3 months or whatever, and that person's been here for 30, 35 years or whatever, then you could take them and put them in that department. And so those people are actually doing the same jobs, but you can't actually put them in that position because somebody's holding that position. But once that person leaves out, you could just switch them from the interim employee training right over to, and you lift the hiring freeze on them when they go into the interim employee training, so you don't have to do that again. They just transfer right over.
Councilman Lepine, then Councilman Black.
Tell me, the 79, is that through the end of the year? That's budgeted in 18, the same amount?
Through the end of the year.
Through the end of the year, what would 18 be?
18, well, if everybody
Well, that's what I'm
retired in
saying, the
2017, then you wouldn't need it for 2018.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. It could be a...
I mean, if they don't leave till 18, then, I mean, yes, we might have to budget some of it into
Okay.
18, yes.
Yeah, Tommy, I anticipate that 79,750 is going to reduce now because we haven't even advertised the positions or passed
Right.
it. So it'll
It
probably
will.
be closer to 50 or so.
Yeah, it will
What I
be
will
less.
say is, go ahead, I will withdraw at the next council meeting my second item, the 46,360 that we were able to identify through the operations budgets within the administration. If you wanted, I don't know, talk to Councilman Bartholomew or the administration if they can use those funds to fund those 5 positions, I'll withdraw mine.
Yeah, well, actually, yours was just taken from the operating budget, just swapping, so it really wasn't an effect on the fund balance.
That's what I'm saying. But this is.
Yeah, this is, yeah.
So what I'm saying is take the 46,350 that I identified that's there, that's actual money,
Right.
use that to,
Oh, okay, you're
pick-
talking about the way in the director's budgets and stuff you're talking about.
yeah, just basically withdraw. I'll withdraw my,
Okay, I understand what you're saying
Yeah.
now. I wasn't sure what you're
and it
saying.
gives them an extra $46,000 towards, if that's what the council member wants to do or if the administration wants to do, but that's the funds
I
under
got you.
there.
All right, I'll put down as withdrawn also.
All right.
I have another, Sullivan.
Yes, ma'am.
Just giving thought to that, how would that have any impact with the civil service rules? If you were
Well-
just to train someone that's already in place, would that have any impact on negatively with the civil service?
I don't think so, because civil service is one that actually helped us set this up when we haven't in the past. And, they set it up that way, and we've done it, we've done it several times. Not in the past couple of years, because we haven't had the funds. But we've done it before, so they haven't had any problems with it. So, I mean, like I said, I don't think she's here, but they haven't had a problem with it in the past. And she's aware of this, too, so this ordinance, so she didn't say anything.
Just a thought.
But I'll check with her again just to make sure before this is done.
I have a question concerning the safety engineer. Are we mandated by that to have that position by law? So that's a requirement that we need to have. Because if we don't, we could be in serious trouble if something happened. I heard what you were saying. I just wanted to make sure that if it was mandated. All right. Mr. Russell?
What statute requires us to have it, and what department does it require us to have him in?
If we may take that up in executive session, if we could add that, and I'll tell you, don't want to say something against the interests of the parish.
Well, if it's a public law, I thought that you could maybe just disclose which public law it was. I mean, I'm not sure where you would.
I'll be more than glad to tell you off the record, or there's a.
But there's a public statute that says that?
If I may step aside?
Well, no, I'm not going to get off into a private discussion in a public meeting, but, I mean, it was stated just now that it's against the law for us to not have one, so I was just following up on the discussion, but obviously there's more to it than that, so at this time I won't, I'll wait.
Would like to add to that. What happened, I was having a conversation with the community action, and came through their department saying that we are in violation of not having a safety engineer on staff. And we were by mandated, they were part of their business was being mandated that we have one on staff. But
you're correct, Mr. Chair.
Sullivan? Off the record.
Okay, the last item is Mr. Edgecombe's to capital improvement for the Empire Floodgate Pump Station project, $600,000, also no funding source.
Mr. Dugas.
Good morning, everyone. This project, if you're aware of the Empire Locks and Floodgate situation, with the new floodgate coming on board, Mr. Edgecombe had asked me to look into building a pump station on the inside the floodgate, because when the gate's closed and the locks are closed, any rain that comes down builds up in the basin and only has one culvert that goes underneath Highway 23 to drain it. And usually that backs up if it's a heavy rainfall, and it'll come up on the highway. In the past, the state has elevated the highway on the northbound side to try to keep that at bay, but it still encroaches on the highway, so there's still a concern. The other issue that impacts that basin is the locks leak. When the river's up, the water will seep through the Empire Locks. So there's definitely a need for it. We put an application in for hazard mitigation probably about 8, 9, 10 years ago, and it was denied because it was a new construction of a pump station. So at this point, the estimate was around $600,000. If there's still temporary pumps available, we may be able to offset some of this cost, but there's still a need. It's just if the council seems that this is a priority, then we definitely need to we have a lot of businesses in that area, in that basin, that could go under if the rain would be significant.
Right, and adding to that, there was a issue with the level of the flood stick, actually with the SCADA system, and they actually had to raise the table a little bit more, so therefore it does put more water into the basin when we have to close the gate. So that added to the problem also.
Okay, with that, that's pretty much what's on the agenda. Like I said, if all of it passed the way it's presented there, it would cost us roughly $1.8 million. So let's go back to the gray page on that same section. Second page, gray. Like I said, that's an increase of $1.8 million. That's the second item on the expenditures. The next item, before we go to manpower, let's go to department requests, and that is the next page, which is yellow.
First section
First section, yeah, it's just, first section, first, yeah, you own it. Yeah, that's it. Basically what this is, I sent out an email to all the departments and told them that this was going on, asked them if they had any adjustments that they wanted to make. Of course, I didn't get any reductions, but I got a few that they're asking for more money. So we can kind of go through these, and this is something that y'all want to take up, we can do ordinances for them. The legal department, legal fees, Berglass and Tankersley, $200,000, and also legal support general, $50,000 for increase of $250,000 in the legal department. Mr. Barber might want to speak on this.
The matter with Berglass and Tankersley involves a number of FEMA projects, which these amounts, we have to fund them, and then we put in for a FEMA reimbursement. These involve things like the animal shelters. And what happens is they are representing us in the litigation with the contractors, but we have to fund the money up front and then ask for reimbursement from FEMA. So that's what that represents.
Yeah, Tommy. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a problem with that, but I do want to ask you a question, Tommy. If there's
Okay. Go ahead.
a particular, in a GL account number, is there any way to specify exactly or limit what those funds, although I do trust Mr. Barbe, I want to make sure that if he's asking for $200,000 for
It's going
a
to be spent on
specific
that.
thing,
That's the way the budget's set up. Let's go in the back while we're talking about it. Let's go to the expenditure summary tab, and we're going to go to the legal department. We're going to take a look at that because we really need 31. Page 31. Right, 30 and 31. If you look at, I mean, the way that the budget's set up for our departments. Now, the elected officials, different departments are set up different ways, but most of our departments are set up this way. You got the legal services department, 430. Then if you look at the little sections, personal services, operating services and supplies, and then you have capital outlay. I can put a line item in there that specifies Berglass and Tankersley, and you'll see that. It's line item 530.280, and the amount that was in there is $75,000 right now. It started out at $175, it was cut, and it's got $75,000 in it. If you look, it's already spent $131,000 already. That line item's been overspent, but as long as he doesn't go over the operating services and supplies total, which is on the second page, which was budgeted at 405, and they spent 278. He still has 126. It doesn't matter what line items they spend it in. We can budget it in that, absolutely, but he can overspend in those line items as long as he doesn't go over in that category. And that's the way the budget's set up in each one of these departments.
what if you appropriate that money by ordinance and make it specific to Berglass and Tankersley, and then if that any other monies are spent from that 200,000, you know what I mean? So what I would ask for is if we did an ordinance for 200,000 or 100,000 to be paid for legal services for Berglass and Tankersley, that we keep a specific accounting record of that, and then any money that's not spent towards Berglass and Tankersley then goes back to the general fund, as opposed to being switched over to another line item in professional services legal or used for any other legal services.
I see what you're trying to do, but
I'm sure everybody does.
in order for us to do that, we'd have to change the way the budget control is in the
Okay.
computer system, and you would actually be doing line item budgeting for each one of these lines. And then
I'll be happy to send you a copy of all their bills if you want. They're a pretty straightforward group, so I'd be happy.
Yeah, I know
to
they
send
are.
you. So
But you know what I'm getting at.
I certainly do.
I mean, I see exactly what you're trying to do. It's just it's the way it's set up. We really can't do it that way. Not just for that line item.
Okay.
We'd have to do it. We'd have to change the whole budgeting structure to do that.
All right. Thank you.
But we definitely can set up. When y'all put stuff in, we can put it in each different line item. We can put the budget in there so you can kind of see that. Where you put the the budget fund. But like I said, he's already went over on Berglass and Tankersley already.
And then since that's a FEMA case, are any of those legal fees reimbursable?
That's what I was trying to do. We have to pay them, but then I put it in for FEMA reimbursement.
Okay.
And so we would hopefully recapture it on the back end.
Right. So I guess another point that I'm trying to make too is if we appropriate $200,000, I'm appropriating that money, or I'm one of the votes to appropriate the money, knowing that those funds will be reimbursable. So it's easier for me to vote on an appropriation of $200,000, knowing that $200,000 later on, after the litigation is finished, will be reimbursed, as opposed to that funds just going to other legal services.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Lepine?
Tommy, I guess
Councilman Roussel?
if we can go back to that one line item, Burglass, we originally appropriated 175.
Correct.
Correct. We amended it 100,000, correct?
Correct.
So we took 100,000 out.
Correct.
Okay. Now we dropped it down to 75. Right now, they already spent 131. So
That's right.
And 56 in the hole right now.
In that line item.
And
Correct.
just that line item.
Correct.
Okay. Again, I see the analogy of putting the $200,000 to Burglass thing, but we already amended 100,000. Why did we amend it 100,000?
I'd have to go back and look at the ordinance that took it out. That one. There were several different ordinances that took money out of this budget.
Okay.
There was positions that we added on and things. We took the money out of operating.
I guess that's my concern too. If you say we put the $200,000 and we reduce it again, and they come back and say we owe Burglass Tankersley more money, well, we just gave you $200,000. So
Right.
I guess when we do these amendments, I'd like to know what they amended the $100,000 for.
Oh, I can do that.
Okay.
I mean, I could find out. I have them. I didn't bring them with me, but like I said, there were several different ones. I know
And this is just year to date, so we still got invoices to go.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So if you look at the bottom line, when you look at this bottom line under operating services and supplies, we have a budget of 405, spent 278. That's not including invoices that are out there right now to be paid. He only has $126,000 to make it through the end of the year. So that's what I'm saying. It's definitely going to be an issue.
Okay.
That's why he's asking.
I'm getting confused on amending it to 100,000. We put back 200,000. Why we keep
Right, because we
finagling with money?
started out with 619 in this
Right.
budget.
I got it. Reduced it.
Last year he spent, well, he didn't spend, he wasn't there, but last year they spent $850,000. So they started out, we cut the budget when we did the original budget already by over $200,000. Then we cut it again by another $200,000. So, I mean, you could see, just from what he spent in 2016 was even more than what we budgeted originally. So he was short $400,000. He's short $400,000 from what he spent in 2016 already.
And short $1 million, over $1 million prior, going back to the budgets in 2014 and 2013.
Councilman Roussel?
Yes, having said that, you can look at the year-to-date encumbrances on many of those line items, and not a penny has been spent out of there. That's why they can go ahead and shift the money to other items. And while to move along and follow on this topic, if this is FEMA reimbursable, why can't we set up a FEMA code for reimbursable items as their source of revenue is reimbursements, and then you can control the budget line items a lot closer on that. And I know it might be additional work for the finance department, but it could accomplish the same thing as.
Well, if it actually is a FEMA project, and they're working on a FEMA project, and it is a PW, it's coded to a PW, and it's set up as a revenue and expense at that time. So
So would the funding come from that account?
it would come from that instead of this, right, for those things, yes.
So I think that.
But these, you can see Berglass Tankersley already spent $131,000 of our money. So this is stuff that's actually being coded here. So
We need a clarification then from the legal department whether or not it's FEMA or not.
Some of it is, some of it isn't. You got,
Well, there you go.
You've got a dirt pit lawsuit involving Fannie Mae on the East Bank, which they're handling, which has been long and tedious to say the least. They've helped with the dirt pit. ordinance we've been trying to put together. They've done a number of things for us that are on top of, that's what the original amounts were in there for.
So I think we need some clarification in this area about what's reimbursable and what's not, and the government make a decision on which cases, that are going to be funded out of the general fund or wherever they're going to be funded from.
Right.
And it addresses Councilman Black's issue about trying to limit the funding within that budget line item. But at least we'll have a clear understanding and not walk away with an understanding that all of this is FEMA cases, when indeed now we know that it's not.
Okay. Let's go back to the yellow page and in front. Yellow page in the front. We just kind of detoured back to the back. The next item of department requests, Mosquito Control Department sent me an email. They're asking for, I want to say it was 3 trucks or 2 trucks, light trucks and vans, $54,000, and the equipment to go on the back of those trucks, $25,000. He just asked for it, so I put it in here for discussion. The next thing is Health Department, professional service aerial spraying, $20,000. Professional services grass cutting, I think this is that abatement, $4,000. And supplies chemicals, $18,000. So that's pretty much the department request. I know that we had. I talked to Mr. Roy. I don't know if he wants to come up and address you. He had a couple items that he wanted to talk to you about also that didn't get in the book.
You want to do it now or when you get to the firefighting phone?
Well, I mean, if we don't go through each one.
His won't affect the bottom line. His
It
will come out
won't
the
affect
firefighting
the
fund.
firefighting budget. Now, keep in mind, too, that's something we can look at also. If we're going to go, you want to go ahead? When I showed you sales taxes, his sales taxes are also going to be affected, $700,000. That's going to decrease his fund balance by $700,000 if we pass that ordinance. The revenues are down in his in firefighting fund also. So you're looking at, I'm not going to go to this page, but I'm just going to tell you, he has, with his rollover, $204,000. I mean, $2.4 million in his fund balance. His revenues are going to have to be decreased by $700,000, so it's going to have to come out of that unreserved, undesignated, in his fund only.
In reviewing the fire department budget completely, there's a couple of things that I'd like to point out. One is the revenues year to date are at 33%. So like Tommy said, the revenues are going to be down. The good side of that is the budget's at 41%. So the budget is also down. The highest items in the budget are repairs to vehicles more than anything else. On the ambulance side, I'm going to say over budget, but there is another line item that could be used for repairs that would put us back on budget. But my recommendation is on the fire side, we have no spare vehicles whatsoever. The 2 spare vehicles we have are not serviceable, and the cost is way too high. So what I'm asking for is for you to consider taking half of the fund rollover from last year, which was $2.4 million, and spending $1.2 million to buy 2 pieces of fire apparatus and 2 brand new ambulances. The ambulances are high, the ones to be replaced are high mileage ambulances. There's one that's available as we sit here today. There's another one that's coming off the line in September. My recommendation is that we move from a Type 3 ambulance to a Type 1 ambulance, which is a pickup front body instead of the van front. The reason being is the van fronts are more expensive to maintain, and if we buy any new vans, they will have to be gasoline, so our operating cost is also going to be greater. We have 2 ambulances that are, in my opinion, too costly to repair. One of them can be re-chassied, The cost to re-chassis it, you're only saving about $25,000. My recommendation, if you're going to go with a third unit, that you do re-chassis it, but it would be with a gasoline engine. That's all it would be available, and you're looking at 2018 before we get it. The other ambulance of the two that's not, the manufacturer of the box is not recommending re-chassising it. It's not in good enough shape, and it's too old. So again, my recommendation is that that you consider $1.2 million for 2 pieces of fire apparatus and 2 ambulances.
Councilman Roussel.
Recently, the firefighting department was approved for several new positions or replacement positions. How does that affect the budget for the next upcoming year? For instance, in other words, we budget them for the remainder of this year.
It was replacement positions. We're still down total on the overall manpower by the 6 that was funded. We were down 14 people, so we're still not up to the manpower we were several years ago.
Right, but
so we're still controlling the budget.
No, that's not my question.
And to answer it, though, I believe by funding the positions, it's actually going to save us money in the long run because we have minimum manning standards and we pay in excessive amounts of overtime to keep the positions filled.
So your 2018 budget will reflect basically the same payroll as today?
I believe so, yes, sir. Tommy?
I mean, you do have the vacancies. I mean, that's what's going to come into play. We can look at the manpower.
When you look at the vacancies, please look at the overtime at the same time.
Right. We can look at that department if you want to go there now. We can wait till we hit manpower.
Well, his department is not as critical as the rest of the budget, but when we start spending the surplus funds or the unreserved and designated funds, I just want to know how the impact of the recent actions that we've taken will affect the 2018 budget to make sure that we're not, cutting ourselves short for 2018 as well.
Yeah, I didn't bring the ordinances that we passed the last few.
Those positions were part-time. He changed them from full-time to part-time.
And they were all funded?
Most of them.
You see, that's the question I really have, is that how many of them that were not funded that we did fund that will have the full year impact versus 6-year impact for next year?
Yeah, we can get that for you before the meeting.
I have it off the top of my head if you want. I mean, because I worked with the chief in finance. I want to say almost all of them. I mean, I know the 2 captains' positions, but the 1 captain and the training officer were already funded unfilled. Those positions came from lieutenant positions, which then became unfilled funded positions. So it was just a hiring freeze left on those, and then we had a 3rd lieutenant, I think, that we needed funding for.
I believe there was money in the budget for all the positions. What we needed the ordinances for was to lift the hiring freeze.
Right. And then on the other question, we talked about ambulance services. We have to take into account as well is that we can have an additional $400,000 in revenue from the increase in fees. So anywhere between $800,000 and $1 million next year. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Bartholomew?
Ms. Williams?
Yes, Mr. Robichaud, in reference to the purchasing of 2 ambulances that you're requesting, which I am in full agreement of, how many ambulances would that give us parish-wide in operable condition?
It would give us 11.
11?
Okay? We presently have 11. We're looking to replace 2 of them that are inoperable. So we'd have 11 ambulances.
So you have 11 ambulances running right now parish-wide?
We have 11 ambulances. Not all of them are in service. There's 9 of them that are operable, either in some shape of operable. They may be in the shop, but they're in and out constantly because of the high mileage.
Okay. And in reference to the positions, I know we approved some positions for EMS as well a couple of meetings back.
Yes, ma'am.
Have those been filled yet? Have you
In the
received
process of being filled right now. You funded 6 part-time positions again. We accepted applications for 4 local people, and we're in the process of putting them on as we speak.
And does that full staff the EMS with those hires? Are you full staff with that?
Not completely, no, ma'am. We'd still be short.
Because I think EMS is an essential service, and so if you could get us recommendations of the employees that you need to fully staff EMS? Because I know we do pay a lot of overtime in that
Yes.
department, correct?
Yes, ma'am. We had somebody retire since that ordinance was passed. When we filled it to get it up to where we could man the ambulances, we've had people leave since then. The turnover is because of the age, and unfortunately sicknesses, we're losing people faster than that, in my opinion, than the average.
Okay. But if you can work on just getting us a recommendation of how many and what
Yes,
positions
ma'am.
you need to hire to fully staff that EMS, that way we can review that and see where we are and what we need to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
My concern is, of course, you already know my concern is the Woodlawn Firehouse. That we had started out, we had appropriated $4 million to do it. Now they don't have $1 million, don't have $2 million, but have $1 million left in the budget. Do you vision anytime soon or in the immediate future to get that established and completed? That need to be established, that need to be built. Because that position, that place, oh, that's terrible. For our fire department.
It's truly a funding issue, and the
And
only
that's the
thing
only
I-
one, that's the only one area that hadn't been addressed.
Yes, sir, and I
We
agree
addressed
with you.
areas on this side where really didn't need to have a new firehouse. We had them within the 10-mile radius, but it was done, it's over with. But we still need to try to figure out how to take care of that Woodlawn situation that's so much in dire. The other question I have, since we are elevating homes on the East Bank, I think the equipment need to be upgraded to reflect that in support of those buildings that's up in the air over 27 feet. We don't have any machines that can address that at this point, I don't think, in Point Hatch area.
We do have one at the Braithwaite area.
Yeah, but not in Point Hatch.
Yes, sir.
All right. That's all I have. Anybody else?
Something else,
Ms.
Mr. Roy.
Williams?
I'm sorry. One more thing, Mr. Roy. In reference to the ambulance that was stationed in Buras, I know it hasn't been there for several months now. So we have 2 units covering from Lake Hermitage south, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right now. So if one gets a run, you have 1 unit covering over a 50-mile radius,
Yes, ma'am.
which sometimes both of them are on a run.
And I agree. The last year, and it's been since last June that it was done that, we've had support from the East Bank because we bring the ambulance over from the East Bank to help us. But we have not had an ambulance to transport anybody, and we do that almost weekly here in the Belchase area.
But the proximity from someone coming from Gretna to Belchase is a matter of 10 miles.
No, ma'am, and that's why I'm not asking for another ambulance in Belchase. I'm not asking for that. What I'm saying, though, is by not having the Buras ambulance in service, it has not affected our service in the past
Because you haven't
year.
had a fatality or
in the
a
past year.
serious condition.
It could happen. It could happen at any time.
Right, so that's a liability, and I think that's a safety concern. I would recommend that you try to put that ambulance back in that area, or either rezone them and let one on the upper end cover. I just think we have a lot of area that's not being covered in the event that both of them are on a run. And you have to wait for one from the East Bank to come across the ferry.
What I'm trying to do is to get all the transports out of the house, out of PMC, handled by the ambulance from the East Bank. Now, again, the ferry doesn't run after hours.
Right.
But that keeps the 2 units in service down the road for extended period of time. It also leaves 1 ambulance on the East Bank. It's difficult to manage all the time, but that's what we've been trying to do to offset not having the Buras ambulance. I agree if funding's not an issue, we need the 6 ambulances or even more. And looking at funding and dealing with the department, we were able to roll over $2.4 million in fund balance from last year. And without the revenue fall this year, we were on track to be $1 million under budget this year. If we don't do things and try to manage it, I don't know where to get the funds from.
No, I agree. You can't put a price on safety or health, that's my concern.
Ms. Salvant?
You propose, if we decided to go with the 2 ambulances, where would you propose that these 2 be placed?
The two new ambulances, the two that my proposal would be to replace would be the Bootville Venice ambulance right now, which has in excess of 220,000 miles on it, and the Belle Chase ambulance because the amount of activity it runs, and it's 180,000 miles. It's the two highest the two high mileage ambulances that we have, and so that's the two that I would replace with two new ones. The Bootville Venice ambulance, we just spent $6,500 on an ambulance that has 225,000 miles on it, and it was needed. Several of y'all called me about the air conditioning is not working, and that's what the money was spent on. We redid the ambulance, the air conditioning totally in the ambulance. In my opinion, spending that kind of money on an ambulance that's that old with that higher mileage doesn't make a lot of sense, but we don't have a choice if we're going to keep them on the road.
So just to expand on what Ms. Williams is saying, so we're looking to just replace services. We're not looking to increase services based on what you just said.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Black, has there been any discussion about a privatization at no cost to the parish?
There was some discussion, yes.
Is that no longer?
I'm not aware of where it went to, Councilman.
Okay. Maybe I ask the president if he's had any discussion, because I guess my train of thought would be if to help out the needs of Ms. Sullivan and Ms. Williams, as they brought up, if you want to privatize a certain area, then you could use those assets that we currently have in place to increase the services in the areas that are not privatized. I know from what I understood, I'm not sure how much of a truth it is, but is that certain ambulance companies didn't want to operate in other areas. I don't know. I mean, I haven't been involved in those discussions. I'm just, if we have 11 ambulances and we privatize in an area that they said would come in and operate without a cost to the parish, then we can reallocate those other sources to the rest of the parish, right?
The only thing that I'd like to correct it, and I'll let President Comey answer it. We have 11 vehicles.
Yeah, right.
They're not,
Okay.
all of them on them.
Our goal is to have 6 of them in service.
Fully
Presently, for the last year, we have 5 of them in service.
Right.
Ms. Williams?
No, I think that's a great idea, Mr. Black. It's probably, the privatizing probably wouldn't want to go into the rural areas of the parish, I would assume. So that's a good idea, maybe looking into privatizing certain areas and utilizing the funds and the manpower that we have to fill in the gaps in the other areas.
I wasn't complete part of all of it, but it's been going on for over 6 years now.
And who's been having those discussions, do you know?
Well, Gina was involved in it, but it's been looked at for the last 6 years, and I know the only real big private company we have here is Acadian. And I've talked to Acadian about it. Acadian is interested in the Belle Chase area.
Right.
But unfortunately, if you give or contract Acadian out, the rest of the parish, the service goes up to the parish because we make enough money in Belle Chase to offset some of the cost in the other areas. So we either need to get all of it to somebody, and Acadian's definitely not interested. Okay, we either need to find somebody to take it all, or we need to make what we have more efficient.
Right.
Okay, and that's what I'm trying to do. But to let somebody take Belle Chase is really cutting our throats because it's any money that's any profits that's being generated is being generated.
That's where your revenue's coming from.
Because of how busy they are.
Yeah, that answers my question, then. So thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Gino?
It answers my question, too. Thank you.
No.
The only comment I have, Mr.
But my comment would be, having said what you just said, we need to increase the services. We need to be better at what we have. Because we can't continue that gap that we have from the Myrtle Grove area to Venice. I mean, that could be somebody's parent, somebody's kid.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Roussel? Yes, along these lines, there was some interest expressed recently, and I don't know if the administration has followed up on that interest or not.
This administration is always willing to talk with people who have interest. Like the Plaquemines Port, though, we do have a non-disclosure agreement where we're looking, exploring all options. But there is a non-disclosure agreement.
The concern, I'm having concern with the ambulance on the East Bank. I don't know if they repaired them or what, because I know several times, 2 trips that we had en route, and the machine just shut down. And that's the same machine we have over there, equipment, PC equipment.
No, sir. The ambulance that's in Point LaHash right now is one that was wrecked and was repaired and put back in service.
So where that came from?
It's the one that they wrecked, but it's back in service.
Point LaHash wrecked it?
Point LaHash wrecked 2 of them.
Well, you need to get some more drivers there.
Well, one of them was a cow that they met up with in the dark.
Cow?
A cow.
No cow crossing the road on the East Bank. He must have went in the patch.
The ambulance was completely repaired and is back in service. The one in both ambulances, to my knowledge, are not in need of any repairs.
Good. Okay. Well, because I know at that time I got the call that from the EMS and from the parents, from the people that was involved in being transported, that the ambulance had stopped. They had to stop, pull off. It was offside the road.
Yes, sir.
You know. That's all I have. Anybody else? Mr. Lapine, you have something to say? Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Roy, since this is a budget hearing, the previous council passed an ordinance for you to rename, well, should have been named that in the beginning, the Scottsville Firehouse. Been a little while. You got a sales tax increase. You got the money. When we could expect that name to be placed there?
I'm not aware of an ordinance that was
Oh,
passed.
you remember that ordinance?
I know it was
Mr.
discussed
Turner,
about
Mr. Turner
changing
gave you had the ordinance. Come on now. But you told me that I'd be straight up. I never had the money. Well, I think you got the money, but you know it need to be put there. You know.
Yes, if I could add on to what you say, Mr. Henry, it's
I
not
know.
only that it was an ordinance
Yeah.
in place, it was a request made from Mr. Turner's office. And I think the comment from your office was that it was the Scottsville Firehouse was being manned by Belle Chase firemen, and it was their request that they thought that it should be under the Belle Chase number 2 or something of that sort, whatever number it is. But I took the effort of going back into the budget and maybe up to today, to currently, that if you go in the budget, you will see that that firehouse is identified as Scottsville Firehouse. And it was more so just in, the community rose up and wanted that association with their community. And it was unheard of to have a firehouse named outside of the location. So that request was definitely made, and I can attest to that fact. And I'm with Mr. Henry. I would love your office to do some research and try and accommodate the request that was made years ago.
Okay.
Any other comments from the table? Mr. Serpat?
Okay, that's pretty much all the department requests that are received. Unless there's something else that someone else wants to bring up. That's pretty much all I received. If we go back to the gray page, and we look at we covered the agenda items, we covered the department requests, now we can look at the manpower changes. So let's go to the manpower table.
Blue tab.
Blue tab, blue page. All right, I'll just give you kind of a summary of what this is, and Rochelle can answer any questions on any of this stuff. Basically what this is, we did a review of each department. And we looked at, if you look at the column, salary, FICA, retirement, group insurance, overtime, we looked at all these areas, and we looked at the vacancies that each one of these positions had. Each one of these departments had. If they had vacancies that have already passed already, they've been vacant and that money's available, then you'll see a decrease in these departments. Also, we looked at overtime. You'll see the column for overtime. We looked at that to see if they had a lot of departments, and we have a report on just overtime also. But we looked at those departments, and we said, they didn't have a whole lot of overtime in their original budgets. We cut the overtime a lot. So we looked to see where we needed to put the overtime back. So by taking the savings from the vacancies and increasing the budgets for overtime, if you look on the second page, the total general fund effect is going to be $220,020. That's going to actually put money back into, it's going to be savings, it's going to put money back into the unreserved undesignated fund balance.
So we'll save that much?
We're gonna save that much, right. We would have saved it more than that if we didn't have the overtime to increase.
Right. So, Rochelle?
Yes, going down the item, for instance, internal auditor, you're taking the 34.8 out?
Yes.
Okay, and we're in the process of hiring someone now?
This is only the amount of the salary that was vacant from January through July.
Okay,
With
so
the
from
benefits.
July forward, all of
Right.
these positions would be,
If the funds are vacant, if they're vacant, yeah. If they're vacant, you're gonna have the funding for the rest of the year. So you could hire them now on any of the vacant positions.
so you just calculated what it was from the
From the
vacant
beginning to
time
now.
till July 1st?
Correct. From January to July, yeah, we're taking the money out, because you don't need it anymore, because you know, that time has passed already.
Any other comments from the table? Mr. Surface, next.
All right, well, since we're on manpower, let's just go to the next page. And basically what this is a report on, a overtime summary report. Since so many departments had issues on overtime, we kind of just want to put a report just on overtime so we can go through and show you what we're trying to do. Michelle, if you want to go down the line of.
The first column is the budget for each department right now for overtime. Then you're gonna have the expenses for regular overtime, overtime storms, and standby pay, because animal control department gets standby pay. Then you'll have the excess of deficiency, our proposed amendment, which matches the blue pages, and then what the amended budget will be if it was adopted, the amendments were adopted. So if y'all want to go line by line, or the ones that have expenses, or if y'all just want to take a minute and review it.
Council pleasure. Mr. Lapine, you just want to ask a question. Was that? Just so you want to ask a question.
Okay. Mr. Surveyor, or Rochelle, and say Director of Operations, they budget $1,000.
Yes.
They're already up to 1,800, so they're over.
On the regular overtime, 1856
So
has
they
been,
eight. So they eight.
1,800 has been expensed, and then overtime storms, we have two different codes.
Okay.
1,100 has been expensed.
So they almost 2,000 in deficiency.
Yes.
All right. Now that's just year to date, or that's
That's through the
but
August
that's not
3rd.
budgeted.
That's through the August 3rd payroll. I updated this for the last payroll.
Okay.
Now, they're all over in that line, but again, like we talked about before, they still had salaries in there for the whole year. So if you look at, you know, the bottom line of all personal services, then none of them are over right now. But if you leave these like it is, you know, with this overtime, and the two positions were funded for the whole year in that department, then you will have a problem at the end of the year. You'll definitely be over in the salaries and wages, in the personal services category by the end of the year. So that's why we're having to look at these things and say, look, you know, we got to fund some of this overtime.
Question? Mr. Next.
Okay, the next report, yellow report.
This is just a list of all the vacancies we have right now. With the salary that position would earn, this isn't available to you, the $2 million, because some of these have been filled throughout the year. But I just wanted to give you a list of all the vacancies. Now, I did add a column that's hiring freeze lifted. If the hiring freeze was lifted on that position, it will have a little X, because it's getting very confusing to know what positions the hiring freeze has been lifted on and which ones they haven't.
So these were all the vacant positions at the beginning of 2017?
No, as of right now. Now, some of these may have been filled last week. I'm not certain. It was as of a certain date.
They're all funded.
Yes.
These are fun.
So this is a question that I think, you know, a lot of us on the council has. and it's really for civil service, because I think we've lifted the freeze on many of these positions months and months ago. Therefore, we talk about manpower and being short in different places. You know, I wish civil service was here to answer the question, but why aren't these being posted and why aren't they being filled? I mean, there's a few answers that are plausible. One, like we had the issue with the electrician. They posted it, nobody applied for it because the salary was too low. So we tried to correct that. So I mean, I'm looking down here. We have 64 positions, and it looks like probably close to 55 or so offhand are funded, and the freeze is lifted. I would just hope that civil service, somebody can get with civil service and try to expedite the hiring of these. I guess the second question would be is on these positions. If any of these positions were part of the layoff process, it seems like it should be easier to fill the positions because I think don't you have to go back to the person that was laid off and offer them the position? Therefore, the hiring process would be a lot shorter. So I mean that's questions obviously not for the administration but for civil service. I would just urge the administration to try to figure out what's going on with that. I mean, that way we get a better idea of, and if they can't be filled, then we could, possibly move those funds to positions like heavy equipment or drainage or prom or ferry department or things like that. That's a critical need position.
Councilman Roussel, then President.
Yes, my inquiry to civil service, for instance, on the fog truck drivers, they have not received a request from the administration to fill them. So naturally, they're not moving forward. So I'd like to know how many of the positions that are vacant, that have been funded, that are sitting there, that the administration plans not to fill, so we can use that funding somewhere else.
In answer, Councilman Black, I've had those discussions with the Civil Service Director, and she, as you noted, and you covered most of this, as you noted, unlike other departments, we haven't, PPG, we haven't adjusted our salaries in over 3 years for inflation. She cited that as being an issue with the electrician. On some of the other things she cited, she's short-staffed as well. And so, for example, I know I believe I sent an email a while back about a deckhand, a ferry operator, and a truck driver, and she said they're working as diligently as they can. On the to answer your question, Councilman Roussel, the only ones we have not requested were the ones that came from the director pay, and that's because never before has any other parish president had to deal with part-time director pay. So those are the only ones, the ones that where your ordinance took the money from the director pay, full-time director pay. So those are the only ones.
And following along on the electrician, I understand that since we didn't hire an electrician, we gave him a contract. He's under contract
I'd have to
to
check.
to work on electrical problems.
I'd have to check on that for you. I'm not aware off the top of my head.
That's the
Councilman Lapine, then Councilman Williams, then Councilman Black.
You want to go back to your question?
Councilman Williams.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Williams? Go ahead.
Me? Okay, I'm sorry. I just have a comment in reference to the being shorthanded. I know the lifeguard positions were approved in April. Summer is over and the kids are going back to school. So, I mean, I know they were filled in by the volunteer fire department, as Mr. Bartholomew said at the last meeting. But I think that this is unacceptable as far as being shorthanded in its several months. And I know the Solid Waste South employees were approved, interviews were done, the superintendent made his recommendations, but no one still isn't in those positions.
You're correct, Councilwoman Williams, and I did send an email about the solid waste positions as well. I haven't checked recently to see if they've been advertised yet, but
Who does the civil service director answer to?
Civil Service Board.
The Civil Service Commission. So that's who complaints need to go to as far as trying to get things done?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilman Black, where you?
Yeah. No, this is kind of following up on Councilwoman Williams's comment. You know, I know Civil Service has said that they're shorthanded. I want to say probably maybe 8 months ago or so. I'm not sure if it was during your term or not, but I specifically asked Civil Service and HR via email, any administration at the time, to provide us, not so much the administration, but those two departments, to provide this council with the job duties, because HR has handed over throughout the years a lot of the duties that are traditionally done by HR to Civil Service. And why have they done that over the years? I don't know, maybe job security, maybe to build a bigger workforce within Civil Service. I don't know the answer to that question, but I still haven't been provided any of that information, because I do think that if we get that information and the services that are traditionally provided by HR go back to HR from Civil Service, then maybe Civil Service would then be adequately staffed. And I think that's the best method for us to go forward, because we do have litigation with Civil Service, and this is obviously a political issue that Civil Service has created to fight not only the council but the administration. So I think that's something, if we get that done, then we have better ammunition through the legal channels to say, hey guys, no, you are adequately.
Councilmember Black, I agree wholeheartedly with you, and you're correct. Human resources, and if you look at most corporate structures, that's where most of this data is kept. When I inquired about that, I was told by Civil Service that's the way they always did it here. So, but that's something that love to sit down with you and address that.
Councilman Pleen, then Councilman Russo.
We just went over the overtime structure and noticed there was $85,000 in the ferry department. And Mr. Horton's here, and I wonder if he could just answer this question. In the structure here, it's showing 3 deckhands and 2 ferry captains. So how much of hiring those guys would offset the overtime? Mr. Could you come up? Just, I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot. I just want to ask. I'm just trying to find out that, and that's $85,000 up to this year. So we got a ways to go. So if we funded, well, which is funded, 3 deckhands and 2 ferry captains, how much would that offset the?
It's going to offset it, because, I mean, if we could get them hired. The problem is we've been down 6 deckhands and 2 captains most of the year, and that's why we spent so much in overtime. Now I'm 7 deckhands down and still 2 captains, and have another captain retiring next month. So that's going to be 3 captains. And out of all this time, we only had 1 captain apply for a job, and he's having a little problems with license and all of that. He's trying to get that straightened out. And if we get them hired, but I'm still going to be deckhand short. The problem is, all we advertise is we send an email out saying it's on the website. You know, nothing's in the newspapers. There's nothing out there for other people outside the parish saying that we have, you know, jobs open. And we do, our captains get paid less than what other captains get paid.
Well, you just said you had a ferry captain apply. Did you have?
Right, he applied last year in October. And the job we was hiring him for, I don't know what happened, but it got unfunded. So that position was unfunded. So we had to wait till we got the other 2 positions where y'all approved the hire. And then we just waiting on him to get licensed and stuff, but nobody else has applied.
Right here it shows 3 deckhands.
Right, we asked you for 3 deckhands. We need 7, but if we get 3, but that's all we can find funding for, was the 3.
Have you had applicants for those positions?
Excuse me, Ms. Williams.
Well, that never came. I don't think
excuse me,
Civil Service applied.
Mr. Russo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm done. If anybody have a question for Mr. Horton, but I'm done.
To follow along, so you're advertising
And
for
Ms. Williams.
positions, but you're not getting any applicants?
I don't know about I know the 2 captains is out there for advertisement. Deckhands, I haven't seen anything come across my computer yet saying those are being advertised yet.
So, I mean, that's where we got to get to the answers. we're not getting applicants or we're not advertising properly. And so how, excuse me, how are you filling these temporary positions?
With my guys, they working nonstop. I got deckhands that hadn't had time off.
Are you using people from other departments?
I am.
Which
I am.
departments?
Only the weekends I could use them. Heavy equipment and prom. And that's when they don't have other job duties. And a lot of times I run into problems during the week. Not just on weekends. I run short-handed.
So when those employees are working on the ferry department and they're not in prime or heavy equipment, where is their overtime charged?
Through their department.
To prime and to,
Right.
to right, yeah.
Right,
Well,
through their department.
So we're not getting a clear picture of what the overtime is in those departments that we're
Right,
spending
because
it in
some
your
of it's coming out of
department.
mine. Right. I mean, I try to use everybody in my department, to work. But, I mean, I just don't have enough hands.
And, I don't know what we're going to do about this problem of not advertising properly. We have to figure out something, and if it's the answer that HR should take on more responsibility from civil service, then I don't know what it's going to take to fix that, but I don't know of any legislation that's passed through this government to change what the requirements are, other than the administration taking and assigning duties to those departments as the executive to say, okay, you are now going to do this. I mean, I don't know what it would take from us to fix it.
Mr. Russo. Mr. Paradellis, when he was there, he used to put out the advertisement. It would go in the newspapers. It would actually even go into the workboat magazines that they used to have. He used to put them in there. My secretary's calling the newspapers to try to see what it would cost for us as a department to advertise. It's getting hard to operate.
I know, but somebody's got to take the lead on this and try to fix it. And
Right.
so,
I agree.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out where the problem lies, and if it lies with a dispute between HR and civil service, then we got to fix it somehow.
Right.
And, I mean, it shouldn't be incumbent upon you as the department superintendent to have to take over somebody else's duties to try to get your positions filled. And, I mean, as far as the overtime going, charging to the other departments and being utilized on the ferry, so we don't get a clear picture there what it actually takes.
Right.
So, I mean, this is something that needs to be clarified and worked on, I would imagine.
Right, and like I said, it's getting hard to hire people. Deckhands, I have had people come and put in applications, so I know as soon as that goes on the board, we have people already for that. But how long is that going to? I mean, you can't wait 7 months for somebody to be hired, and people's going to find a job.
Mr. President?
Yes, I'd be more than glad and willing, Councilman Black, if you agree, to meet and put forward. The Plaquemines Parish Government Human Resources Department consists of one employee. And so whether that requires beefing up that staff or looking at some other alternatives, be more than glad to explore them. But I do think I'd much prefer it's this administration's desire that HR take over some of those functions so that when we do have litigation with civil service, there won't be such a quandary.
Ms. Williams?
Well, before we leave
Sorry,
that
hold on,
subject,
Ms. Williams.
I think we ought to correct the record about how many people are there. I thought we had more than that. When I go in there, I see 4 people.
Page 42.
How many?
Page 42 in the manpower table.
And if I remember,
They have 4 employees.
for the layoff, they were one of the offices that weren't affected by the layoff.
Right, so we have 4 people in the Human Resources Department. We don't have 1. So I think that...
You're correct. And we have the insurance specialist, we have the benefit analysis, secretary, and then the human resource manager, and that's what I was referring to. So I stand.
No, but I mean, to me, those are people and titles that are integral to hiring people.
Well, the insurance specialist and benefit analyst stay pretty busy, or at least that's what I've been informed. So that's where, if we could have the advertising done there, that would be one way to resolve the possibly resolve the
Well,
issue.
if Mr. Black can get the answer to his questions about what and who's doing what, then
Yeah.
I'll yield to you.
I thank you, Mr.
Wait,
Russo.
wait.
You yielded to me.
Who, no,
You yield, better yield it to him.
Ms. Williams, you yield to Ms.
I'm fine, yeah.
All right, go ahead, she yield to you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Just take a quick second. Look, I totally agree with Mr. Russo. If we can get HR manager and civil service here, and I know that Ms. Horton will show up at your request. I'm not sure if Ms. Barrios will, but if we can get Section Charter 4.0127B and subpoena her to be here, I think we need to do it, because we've asked multiple times for her presence at these council meetings. And if the council has to continuously subpoena an employee to come to council meetings to get answers, so the administration can do their business, I said we do it. So that's all I have on that.
Mr. Russell, you finished?
I yield to Ms. Williams.
Ms. Williams?
I just have a comment about the overtime. You're saying you're using the employees from other departments, but the overtime pay is coming out of those departments.
Correct.
Tommy and Rochelle, is there any way that the overtime can be coded back to the departments that these employees are actually working for? Say he's using heavy equipment and Prom employees.
Say if Prom's working in the ferry department, filling in, they want the overtime to come back to the ferries, not Prom.
We can join it.
That way we can get an accurate count of how much overtime is being paid in the specific departments.
They would have to put it
Put
on
on
their
their time sheet.
time sheets like
And they
that.
should.
We can-
That
If they
should
put it on their
automatically
time
be
sheets,
done.
we can do that, absolutely.
Because if they're saying that they're working in their departments, that's actually falsifying time technically because they're working on ferries.
Councilman Juneau?
Yes, sir. I remember when Mr. Coik was there, he took the people in the human resources and he had them multifunction. He was teaching them how to do everything, all four of them. And I think they all pretty much know what's going on with all the functions that's going on. So they all could work together. Now, he worked hard doing that, and then when he left, I don't know if they continued that, but he did have them do multifunction.
I think my concern would be, is that a direct function according to the Charter of Civil Service? If it's not, then I think our Human Resources Department can handle that. So we have to make sure we investigate that to the legislative part of civil service responsibility of advertisement and everything else for employees. If it's not, then we should be home free. And then if not, then we have to take them. How you taking a member? You got to put it before the whole state of Louisiana to amend the civil service charter. But anyway, my other question is concerning the ferry. We had to shut down the Point Lahash ferry several times on weekends because of lack of deckhands. I mean, absolutely shut it down. The lack of service was going on because he don't have the personnel on hand. So it is a serious problem, especially on the low end. We don't want to shut the upper end. So what they do, they take the one from the low end to go up on Beltane to make sure that ferry runs. And sometimes vice versa, but they always run the ferry on the upper end. So it is a serious problem with deckhands for the ferry. We really need to address that. Anybody else have a comment?
Yes.
Ms. Sullivan?
Yes, I agree with many of my colleagues' former statements regarding the manpower structure. And just to borrow an analogy of how we operate here. We operating as if we're a crippled dog trying to get across the highway. You know, you may get to the other side, but it's in a manner in that you're getting there. I mean, it's inconceivable to me that here we're discussing a budget and we have the most important department that should be sitting here is absent. So we go back to this crippled dog. We have to guess, we have to assume, and for civil service to not to be here, even human resource, to not to be present here, somebody have to bear the responsibility of this. As Mr. Russo said earlier, we have to go back to where the train went off the track at. And until we go back to where the train exited the tracks, we're going to be crippling, just hopping along.
Does he want us to call him?
So, you know, to say that we have at least, I'm counting near 20 positions in solid waste department, or near the solid waste. Solid waste basically fund themselves. So for to say that you're not addressing that, the least. I mean, you should at least have solid waste moving along. So, you know, and for anyone to say that civil service is working at a deficit is understaffed, it's not an accurate statement. You know, but we all know that there's a lawsuit going on, so a lot of these things are being utilized to, in my opinion, to punish the council and make the council and the administration look in disarray and inefficient. So we have folks like the guy before me with the ferry department. You know, he's trying to beg and do everything that he can to keep his department operating. This is shameful. This is shameful for us to sit in a recording situation to say that this guy have to go within his budget to try and advertise, and we have someone on the payroll that's being paid to do just that. It's shameful.
Councilman Levine?
One more question, Joey. I mean, when we went over the ordinance that's sitting on the table presently, there's one that's capital improvement Scarsdale Belchase Ferry Landing Project for about $200,000. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, to give it Tommy on it. We're putting these dolphins in.
Right.
And I know y'all know about
Right.
the dolphins and the maintenance dock pilings. I don't know what the extra funding was for. Tommy was explaining to me a little bit, but he could explain more on it.
Maybe Mr. Dugas?
Right, this project is for additional mooring dolphins. When a pride is taken away from the existing barge, it's causing more damage on the barge on the downriver side, on both sides of the river, in Scarsdale and Belchase. Right now, they're band-aided to keep the barges afloat. There's significant damage to both sides. What has come to our attention, we have a project that was put out for public bid with DOTD. It's an 80-20 match. So we have our 20%. The project came under budget, which just means our budget that we have right now is not as much money as we actually have, because the 80% that we'll get reimbursed is less because the project is less. However, the engineering is 100% for us. The engineering for the temporary fix on the existing barges to put the barges in alignment so they can put the mooring dolphins in the proper location for the pride to butt up against it, that temporary fix on the barges needs to be funded, the design and the construction, by Plaquemines Parish government. So the additional money, we're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of $120,000, $140,000 to get this work done, but also we're going to need additional money for the permanent fix of the barges. So this project is not just, this is not going to fix it completely. It's going to get us through this project, which is currently under contract with DOTD. There's going to be a shutdown. I've talked with Councilmember Bartholomew and Councilmember Juneau. The shutdown is going to be in October for 2 weekends, consecutive weekends. So we're in dire need to get these temporary fixes to these barges now, so the project is not delayed in October.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Horton.
Anyone else? Next, Mr. Serpa.
Y'all want us to contact Civil Service and Human Resources to come?
Why not?
Okay. No, we can't. What time y'all want to?
Can we make a bet? Can we make a bet who gets here first?
We'll call them right now. I mean,
After
y'all
lunch,
want- 1
because
o'clock?
we have a meeting at 12.
Okay.
So after lunch at 1 o'clock, everybody agree with 1?
1 o'clock's fine. I mean, we'll call them now.
Well, we got to interview the people at the job at 12. So if they be here at 1, we'll be back. We'll be ready. If everybody at 12:30.
Who tell them to be here at 1?
All right.
Okay. Any questions on the vacancy report?
Are they ready for the next one?
All right. The next thing we have, I mean, this is up to y'all. This is the full manpower table that we have, that y'all get before every council meeting. I don't know if y'all want to go through this whole thing or not. It's just the next page on the manpower.
Any questions about the manpower table that we receive every council
I
meeting?
mean, we can go through each department, or certain departments if you want to, or no departments. Up to y'all.
What's the pleasure of the council members at the table? Councilman Black? Dean? Irvin? Yourself? Right? Mr. Cotton? Mr. Acuff? Ms. Williams?
My only question would be the positions that are on the table that was on the agenda that we previously discussed.
Uh-huh.
Are any of those vacant funded positions, or some of them are, or none of them are?
Most of them are not.
Most of them are not.
Those are
Okay,
new
that's-
positions, because if we add money to the budget, then they
Okay,
weren't, they
that-
definitely
that's my only question.
weren't funded. Now, I know on the agenda, I didn't cover this, but there were several that is just lifting and hiring freeze where they are funded. I didn't cover that because it's not a finance-related thing. The one that right, exactly, they're not funded. The one that we had on that little summary, correct.
Mr. President?
If I may, though, to use the term "new" is a little bit misleading because,
True.
yeah, Plaquemines
not
Parish
funded.
government has not been fully staffed since 2014.
If you look in these budgets, I mean, for instance, if you want to look in one of them, let me find the one for heavy equipment. If you go to page 62, like Mr. Cormier is saying, if you look at that page, those positions are not vacant, but positions were unbudgeted at other budget hearings, and you can see all of these unbudgeted. So at one time, they had all of these positions that were unbudgeted. We just left them on here to show, right. But they're not budgeted. So if we don't have any more questions on that, the next thing I had, if y'all even want to go to this, is a capital improvement budget, which is the white tab. And this is just in here for information purposes only. I mean, if y'all want to go through it, that's fine, we can. If you want to just kind of review through it, if you have any questions, we got Ken here, he can probably answer most of the questions. Again, if you don't...
Table, questions on that? Anybody?
Okay, good. Well, let's go back to, that's pretty much all I had that I wanted to cover. We covered the oil and gas stuff with Scott. We talked about the manpower. We showed you the overtime, different things. You're going to see all of these things on ordinances now at the next council meeting. Now, there's one. The last thing I want to discuss is if we go back to the gray page again, where I'm asking you for the reductions. In the front, second page. I'm asking for a $5 million reduction in revenues, and depending on what you do with the expenses, I mean, each one of those most of these things are on the agenda already. How do we want to fund this? There's three ways to fund this. As far as I can see, is either you increase revenues somewhere else, you go in this book on the in the departments, go by department and try to find it, which there's no way you're going to find that kind of money, or you take it out of the fund balances, which are available at the bottom. Now, your unreserved and designated, you have $2.4 million. You had $500,000 before. We had kept $500,000 for almost a year, or you could take some of it there. You have emergencies you can take the money out of. Of course, bond and dentist. I know you don't like to deal with that, or the BP settlement fund. That's really your choices. So we have to have some kind of way when we present these ordinances to you. How does you want us to put that on there? Or do you want us to put it blank?
Ms. Williams?
What has been the average of the unreserved, undesignated, and emergency funds prior to this downfall that we've had recently?
Emergency fund, we used to have $5 million.
Okay.
We always kept $5 million in
Okay.
it. Now it's been this for a few years.
Right.
If you want to look, I got a little report on that too. I mean, I don't know if you want to do that, but if you go to the pink tab in the back. This shows you all those fund balances we just talked about. If you want to look at the emergencies and see what the balance was, that's the first one, the white page. you can look at 2012, it was zero. It got wiped out. In 2013, we had $3 million. We kept $3 million in there. We went up to $5.6 million in 2016, and now we're at $3.7 million. And you can see there's hardly any years that were at $5 million, but that was the intent, to keep it around $5 million. But it always gets money taken out of it. So if you go to the next one, self-insurance. Well, this is one that you really can't use. This is money that we keep in to keep our insurance premiums where they are, since most of us are self-insured. So this is something you really can't fool with, and it's always been since 2005 the $3.05 million. The next one, bond indebtedness. You can see it was $10 million in 2009. It actually started before 2006, but I can only fit this much on a page. So in 2009 it was the $10 million, and we kept it that until 2014. In 2015, when the oil started going down, we went down to $6.9 million, and we brought it back up to the $8 million, which we had before the rollover, and now we're looking at the $9.1 million. The next one on the purple page is FEMA projects unreimbursed expenditures. This is just something else that we keep in here, just in case when everything is closed out, we know we're going to have to come up with more money. That's why we're doing what we've been doing. FEMA revenues, there's your $10 million on the yellow that we talked about earlier. VP settlement fund, this was brand new. Now this is why I put proposed. You see it's yellow and proposed because this is not something that the council passed yet. You did do an ordinance saying everything goes in there, and that's why we're going to give you an ordinance that's actually going to increase the revenues and expenses and put the $18 million in that designation.
Where's unreserved undesignated?
Well, that one,
What's usually kept in there, the norm, though?
well, that just depends.
Okay.
Like I said, it's been $500,000 for, but it goes up and down. When you get the rollover, you get a lot more money in there, and
that's where you
the money's
put that.
taken out. Every council meeting it changes. That's why I couldn't put that on here. It would be too much. But every time you do an ordinance, it'll go up and down.
I just, my concern is in the event of a hurricane or something like that. I don't think we need to deplete these funds, in the event that we have a major catastrophe.
Now, let's
That's
talk,
my concern.
and we can talk about cash flow also, because this is fund balance, this is budget. But I didn't talk about cash flow because, we beat that to death. And I kept telling you about August, we should be running close, getting short, and I'd have to come back to you for money. We did receive some FEMA reimbursements that I didn't anticipate. I think I have it in our money market account. We have about $6 million. So I do have enough, that I think we'll be able to make it to the end of the year. I also have something else to bring up. There's $1.5 million we have in the budget for legal settlements for the concursus cases that Mr. Elby is working on. I don't know if Mr. Comey wants to.
As I've told you all before, the three areas that we had at the start of this year to solve the cash crisis were FEMA accounts receivable. We've been working as hard as we can on those. We've had some success, although the over $6 million that we have collected, like I said, on our books, we had listed over, from last year, and I don't know if has the new one come out yet?
Yeah, I have it in.
But anyway, it was 30-something million, and we've collected 6-something million from FEMA. These were 30-something million accounts receivable. That was one. The second one was the compensatory damages of the BP settlement, which we were successful. Thank you for your collaboration on that. That was the largest settlement that the parish has ever received in the history of the parish, the $45 million. And we will continue to work. If you have more questions, you can ask Parish Attorney Barbe on the punitive damages. That's going to be another large amount of cash. And when we're talking about these, I focus on these three because it's cash. And the third one were concursus proceedings. And I've told our attorney, LB, to give priority to those concursus proceedings. And I gave that sheet to Tommy. By the end of the year, we should have, I was guaranteed we're definitely going to have probably about over 1.6 from 2 cases, 1.6 million, and then another 350,000 on top of that, and then there's another big 1.2 million concursus proceeding that we're hoping to get that before the end of the year. But when we talk about these numbers, that's real cash. That's not budget numbers. And lastly, is Parish Attorney Barbe said, finance took a very very conservative approach with the total fund balance of $33.9 million because I can almost guarantee you that we won't have to pay out unless there's some ordinance floating around that I don't know of. We will not be having to pay out over $6.4 million in attorney fees on contingency fee for BP. So that's going to be more actual cash coming back our way.
Mr. Roussel? Mr. Cormier, I started thinking about when you keep saying this is the largest settlement ever captured by the local government. And I started thinking about the Delta Development Settlement, which gave up a $12 million settlement in future royalties that go on till today. So I wonder, do you think that this payment settlement is larger than the Delta Development Settlement?
You just stated it was a $12 million settlement versus $45 million.
Wait a minute. It was $12 million settlement and all future revenues, which gave us an additional $8 to $10 million a year.
But Councilman Roussel, you stated yourself, those are parish lands. So we should have been collecting on that from day one anyway.
When we frame the picture, I just like the whole picture to be framed because as one who goes back to looking at 2004 and 2005 on manpower structure, I start going back and looking at the history of the parish as well. And the Delta Development Settlement, in my opinion, is the largest settlement that the government has ever received because we continue to date to still receive funding off the parish lands.
Well, those were parish lands, as you stated. So as that case went up, it was pretty sure it was based on a fraud issue. So the parish should have been receiving that money anyway.
I understand, but when we frame the picture, once again, we talked about the damage to parish lands as well. That's why we got the BP money. So it's all relative to the lands. So I just want to make sure that people understand that we have had this in the past settlements and look at the whole picture.
Councilman Blackburn.
Mr. Surpass, just do you see any benefit to the parish if we were to use some of these funding sources to pay down our bond debt long term?
I spoke to Mr. Martin on this a few months ago and asked him about this, and he really didn't think it'd be a good idea to do it. I mean, I can have him here to talk to you more. It's not something, but I did ask him about it, and he didn't didn't feel it'd be a good idea to do that, to use our funding. And the thing about it is, I would hate for us to use our unreserved or designated. Well, not that so much, but any of these designations to do something like that when we're going to be facing what we're going to be facing in 2018. And I can't say 2019, but 2018. You got to keep in mind these revenues. All gas royalties are probably going to be the same amount that we had to reduce them to. So we do have some other issues, some other things that are going to help us, no doubt about it. But I would hate to use that now, and then have an issue later.
Councilman Burke. Mr. President.
And going in that line, and also with the other line of questions, I've gone back, this administration went back. Never before in the history of Plaquemines Parish has a parish president had so few employees to work with, so little manpower. So that's, we've gone back, looked at the numbers. Parish government, you pay for what you get. And I know many council members had a lot of questions about services. And those numbers are accurate. And as Councilman Roussel mentioned, it's good to look back and put everything in comparison.
Mr. Lapine.
Mr. Surpass, when we go back to the gray page, and this anticipated $7 million shortfall, correct?
Right.
Could
Well,
go
the
up,
five-
could go down.
The 5 million for sure is revenues. I mean, as I showed you, this is something we definitely need to do.
Okay.
The $1.8 million is just of increased expenses is just what's on the agenda.
So at least 5 million. But
The
could
5
that,
million for sure.
could that number fluctuate, go up or down?
No, the $5 million is pretty
Okay,
set.
because my concern here is, this is what I'm saying. Because we're under state emergency at the present time, it's my understanding we have some contracts out there with people doing some work. So I would like to know where this money will be encumbered into this budget, or we're gonna be looking for more money?
Well, I mean, that's something that, if those expenses come up and it's something that we have to cover, we'll definitely have to come back to the council for those, to cover those expenses.
And where do we project to take those monies from?
Well, it would have to come from the same places that the $5 million is going to come from.
Do we have an estimate of how much that would be?
I don't have anything on, I don't have any expenses on that yet.
Councilmember Lapine, on that issue, I did at one of the meetings passed out a packet it was the meeting held at the council offices. It was a special meeting.
But it wasn't on the
Councilwoman
agenda,
South-
absolutely, we remember.
Yeah, and I passed out that information that contained photographs and details of the washouts of the Myrtle Grove levees. And if you didn't get one, I'd be more than glad to.
I understand the package, I saw it, but from what I understand, the contract that you have signed with a contractor is not doing that work. They're cleaning the debris off the batcher. So that's a different project.
There's, if you're referring to with the Corps, we do have an obligation to clean off the batcher. I thought you were talking about.
No.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how many contracts, we're under state emergency. How many do we, I guess it's a good question, how many do we have?
At this time, I'm reviewing a contract with a contractor to add, to privately supplement due to the record low numbers of parish employees. I'd love to do it in-house. We simply don't have the manpower to do it in-house. We are looking at one contract. I've yet to sign it with a local
But
contractor.
at the present time, working on the levy, the batcher, or borrow pit, whatever we have, how many contracts do we have right now?
That I know of, two.
How many?
Two.
Two. So two contractors working. So we don't, I guess, we know the scope of the work or how much the contract calls for and where this money's coming from.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you said we have two contracts out there, okay? We don't know the scope of work. We don't know how long the scope of work will be and the attention. Is this reimbursable money? Is this money that we have to come out of pocket? We're going to have to look for more money? I'm just trying to get a feel of where we're going.
No, it's not reimbursable because of the thresholds on Tropical Storm Cindy, and that's why we talked at the front part about Isaac. The threshold for Tropical Storm Cindy would have been the parish would have had to have over $80,000 in damages, and the state would have had to have over $6.7, I believe, million of damages. So it doesn't look like we're going to meet those thresholds.
Okay, so that's not reimbursable money. So that's something we're going to have to come out of pocket. We're going to have to figure out where this money's coming from.
Correct.
Well, I appreciate that we get the contract and we find out what kind of scope of work this is, the long range, or if it's core work, that it's mandated, that it's work that our people could do, even overtime. I'd like to find out all that information.
I definitely will get that to you, Councilman Lapine.
Mr. Roussel, Councilman Roussel? Yeah, I had to step off a minute. So following up, we're talking about contracts now that we have in place under, the state of emergency?
Correct, Councilman Roussel.
And how long will that state of emergency last?
Principally until we get the damage to Myrtle Grove levees that was caused by Tropical Storm Cindy, until we get that fixed. We have a number of dump trucks, although they're urban dump trucks, street fitted dump trucks, which isn't the best for riding on Myrtle Grove side. But even if we could use those dump trucks, we don't have the CDL drivers to operate them. So we have been looking to contract to have someone to supply those dump trucks so we can get the riprap out to make those repairs to the Myrtle Grove levees.
So these were pre-positioned contracts?
I can get back to you on that one. I want to double check.
And then how many we have? We have one or two? Now, one of them is for what, levee work?
Yes, we're trying to get back. We're doing as much as we can in-house. We have the riprap. We're using riprap that we have in stock, and we have some other materials, and we're also supplying some labor. But the dump trucks have been the issue. We just don't have.
So the contract is for dump truck services?
Correct.
What are the other contracts?
One was for, during Tropical Storm Cindy, we were threatened with a lawsuit from the residents of Myrtle Grove Marina Estates. And one thing that confounds logic is that there is a 3-foot levee around Myrtle Grove Estates, but that levee has about 20 some odd holes underneath it. And my question is why did we permit a levee with holes underneath it? It defeats the whole purpose of a levee. So I do have someone looking at that to cover ourselves in the event that there is a litigation over that.
So that
because we had complaints about blocking. When Tropical Storm Cindy hit, we put sandbags over all those culverts around on the backside of the Myrtle Grove Estates area. And we had complaints about that would cause potential flooding to the residents in Myrtle Grove. We did that to protect Highway 23 because, as I stated, that levee is useless as long as those culverts are open. I'm amazed at how the permit came about.
That threat of litigation was in writing?
No.
Just verbal?
It might have been an email as well.
And so, I mean, that kind of shocks me because I've had this situation in Myrtle Grove Estates for years, and this is the first time I hear about them talking about suing us.
Yes. But it is an issue that we have to, the policy I would like to have is in the event of a storm that we immediately block those culverts in order to protect Highway 23. And I want to have, before formally instituting such a policy in the future, I want to have good data with which to go with.
And so you have those two. Are there any other contracts? Someone told me that we have a contract, somebody cleaning the batches.
There is an obligation that we have to comply with for the Corps to clean the batches. And I'll anticipate your question. I can find the agreement or the law where we have to do that, but it was.
Well, I understand that. I thought we always cleared the batches before levee inspections. And I thought we were banging our chest a couple of months ago about how great of a job we did by doing that already. So I was wondering why we were doing it again.
The reason why is because the civil service, the heavy equipment section is that, well, back I said in 2004, I think it had 40 men. To 2011, I think it had 45. And today, we're about 16? I mean, we only have seven heavy equipment operators.
Right, I understand that. Let me ask you this: that's an emergency contract as well?
Yeah, we had a high water event this year that exacerbated the amount of debris left on the Badger.
So you declared an emergency for High River as well?
No. That in the emergency for Tropical Storm Cindy was included the fact that never before in the history of this parish has any parish president had to contend with less manpower than this administration has. And we have the cheapest, and as my father stated and recommended way back when, about the whole, when the school board raised revenue, when the sheriff's office raised revenue, going back to 1992 up to 2007, the parish had a millage of over 18 for the purpose of revenue. When we had the record high, when the oil boom hit in 2008 and oil hit $146 a barrel, then it was dropped down to the current rate of 15.15. And so the people of this parish expect the services. And it's this council's duty to either to justify or either raise or lower revenue based upon its wishes. But then there's going to be a corresponding adjustment on the side of services. And we had this issue at the 2 council meetings ago. And it's a decision, for this honorable council to make. But as an executive, when we do have issues like we have a duty, and I've got the agreements going back from the, I want to say the 60s, when that signed with the Corps that we have to maintain and operate those levees. This agreement signed by President Luke Petrovich in the 90s or 80s, I can't remember, that we have to maintain and operate those levees. And then there's other, and that includes the BATRA. So as parish president, if we have a legal duty to do something, I'm going to put that as top priority because that's mandated for us to comply with.
So are you recommending a new tax today?
I'm not recommending that. I'm giving perspective at this mid-year budget review.
If what I've heard, that you've issued these contracts because of all these legal obligations, do you have any recommendations on how to pay for them?
Yes, and that would be either from, like I said, the total fund balance. We're at 33.9, but I think that's going to be, I think it's safe, very safe to say it's going to be over 35 million because of the good work of the legal department.
Mm-hmm. But Mr. Carmen, we can't balance budgets on goodwill. We need to have a plan going forward, and looking at what you're recommending, you're saying that we should take, I would imagine, one of these dedicated or one of these funding sources to balance the budget this year. Come November, when you have to present us with a new budget, and these sources of revenue will not be available to you to balance the budget, what will be your recommendation then?
And one source will be available, which will be another $5 million injection of cash. And I look forward to working with you, Councilman Russo,
Yes, well,
on that issue.
So what I'm hearing is that it's your intention to continue to balance the budget on BP funding.
This is, as we stated earlier, as the expert noted, oil and gas is a boom-bust industry. The boom was in 2008. The bust was in 2016. We're going to slowly see that going up. The monies that are going to be coming, and these again, we probably don't see eye to eye on whether or not the technological classification of this revenue stream. I think in business accounting, if you have a revenue stream for 5 years, that would classify as recurring for that time period. You would probably see it differently, but that is one. We do believe, and we have been informed, that we're going to have punitive damages as well coming in. So as these revenues are we're receiving them, you're going to have at the same time oil and gas prices going back again, out of the bust, back to another boom cycle. Now, none of us have a crystal ball. We don't know exactly when it's going to happen, and we don't know exactly at what rate it's going to happen. But if history is any indicator, we do know that within the next 5 years, it's going to be better than what it is now in the oil and gas sector. So we're coming today, and Mr. Surpaz did a great job of honestly saying, look, you know, our production is going down. We need to adjust it. But the same holds true that we know that those numbers are going to go back up. At what rate, we don't know. But it will go back up within the next 5 years.
Anyone else from the table?
I have some.
Williams?
In reference to the state of emergency and filing it with the intent of knowing that you're not going to be reimbursed, I kind of share Mr. Roussel's sentiments. You don't know where you're going to get the funding from. In reference to the levy batcher, had we not filed a state of emergency, would that work not have been completed, cleaning off the batcher?
Well,
Because it seems that because you filed the state of emergency, you were allowed to go out and get an outside contractor.
Councilwoman Williams,
Am I not?
the choice is, do we fix the levies or not?
No,
and
I'm
that's
not saying-
something.
That's
I mean,
not what I'm saying. But it seems like in that area, the same spot in the levee is failing time and time and time again. In that Myrtle Grove section.
There have been repeated issues in that area, and that goes to the bigger issue of the whole LERDs. I mean, this council historically that was floodplain, and I'm if we can get the federal government to pay for levies in that area, that will solve the problem. That's another way to look at it. That will solve the problem.
My main question was in reference to the levee batcher. That had nothing to do with Tropical Storm Cindy, the cleaning of the levee batcher. The reason you filed the state of emergency was because of the Myrtle Grove levee situation, correct?
The state of emergency was filed, one, because of Tropical Storm Cindy, and two, because, as I've stated before, many times before, Plaquemines Parish government right now
Is it reduced
does
manpower?
not have the manpower. We're not fully staffed.
So when we had levee inspections back in when? May, June? Didn't we do levee inspections a couple of months ago? Were those batchers not cleaned off?
The water was high. We had a high river event, so the batcher couldn't be seen.
In reference to your anticipation of utilizing the BP funds to, pay for personnel services and things of that nature, I just feel that you're setting employees. If you hire additional personnel, and in these 5 years we don't have the funds, you're setting these people up for failure.
And that's where I think.
I think we need to just be logical. You can't anticipate. Yeah, we hoping oil and gas comes back.
It's more than hope, Councilwoman Williams. We know, and to just step back, oil, unlike other commodities, and that's why the job this council has is tough. It's a tough job, and let me tell you why. Because if we were in Nebraska, they live off the commodity of corn, and the federal government comes in and puts a ceiling and a floor. So a local political subdivision in Nebraska knows, okay, our revenues are going to be in between X and Y. They know ahead of time. We're in South Louisiana. We live off the commodity of oil. Now, because of the petrodollar, which is a geopolitical commodity, it's used for not more than just energy. It's used for geopolitical purposes. There is no ceiling and there's no floor. And that's how we wind up with 2008, oil was $146 a barrel, which wasn't justified. It was speculation. And in 2016, oil was $26 a barrel, which wasn't justified, and it was because of speculation, shorting.
You can't base your budget on speculation, though.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is that, and like I said, I don't envy your job, because you have a tough job to do, a very tough job to do, because one of our biggest revenue streams is a boom-bust cycle. And so we don't know exactly what that input is going to be. But we do know from general terms that, and that's why you go back and look, we do know that oil and gas does this. Some people say that the majors like to put the squeeze on the local service contracts and get those contracts that back down. I mean, we all know people in the crew boat industry where You know, they have boats going out and working, getting paid, you know, $5,000 a day, and then we go through you know, like in the 70s. Well, it wasn't that high, but adjusted for inflation.
Right.
And then the next thing you know, the bust hits, and then all of a sudden they're trying to give their boats away
Well,
just to pay for insurance.
Let me add to this on another note. Our water system needs to be redone in order to eventually get water throughout the parish. How do you plan on funding that? Or what, do you have a plan on funding that?
I do have a plan, and most economists and finance people would tell you a long-term infrastructure project like that,
Yeah.
something that's going to last about 50 years, you finance that. And USDA is willing to make that
But
loan.
you can pay it out in 5 years as well, though.
Well, there's grant money on that as well. But the purpose of doing that is because of the time value of money. Money today is going to be worth more than money down the road. So you're getting the benefit of the infrastructure project for 50 years, and that's why you can extend it, you typically extend those payments.
Okay, that's all I have.
Mr. Russell, last question before we
No,
break
it's
for
not a
lunch.
question. So, hearing that analogy, the $198 million of debt that we have acquired is a good deal?
No, I'd look at, you got to break it down, Councilman Russo. I'm not saying that. But you look at, there were 6, as you well know, there were 6 bonds that we issued between 2006 to 2012. And so you look at, you know, what do we have to show for that? Now, we will be getting a courthouse that's going to last us for over 50 years. Hopefully longer. But outside of that, it's and I've had that question from Mr. Martin. The other bonds, what did we get out of it?
We got levies. That's where we put it. We wound up putting the money on the levies, like on the East Bank and in Oakville. You know, so I mean, I'm just trying to figure out the rationality here about saying that, you know, it's okay to borrow money for the water plant, but when we took the money that was already borrowed and you repurposed it for levies, you know, it kind of seems like it's two different standards here. Because I'm not personally in favor of borrowing any more money and putting this government in any more debt than we already in. And I thought I heard you clearly run on the issue about we're in too much debt, we're in crisis, we're all of these things. So I'm asking you, please don't try to put us back in that mold.
And I don't disagree with what you're saying, Councilman Roussel, but if we look at how businesses are run, there's good debt and there's bad debt. If you're going to be getting infrastructure improvements, and those infrastructure improvements, you're going to get the benefit of them for 50 years, then most financiers are going to say that's good debt. Now, if it's a project that's not going to give you a benefit for any length of time, it's kind of like the car scenario. Most people, when they buy a house, they'll take out a mortgage. Why? Because the value of a house, in most cases, will tend to go up. But it's generally not a good idea to take a loan out on a car, because a car is a depreciating asset as opposed to an appreciating asset. So it's...
Right. But we're not talking about cars here. We're talking about levies and courthouses is where we put the money. So, I mean, if the courthouse and the levies are only good for 50 years, I'd be disappointed. I think they're good for probably 100 years. The one we have in Point LaHashe was good for over 100 years till it burned. So I'm still not connecting the dots here with your analogy about good debt versus bad debt. You know, I mean, so I'm asking you, please don't try to put us in more debt.
At this time, we'll recess. At the budget hearing, we'll recess till after lunch, 1 o'clock, 1 o'clock, quarter.
Mr. Chairman,
1 o'clock.
we adjourn until
We
1.
recess. Council member have any items they'd like to move to forward at this point in time? You want Nico? Right there? You want Ms. Barrios? Yeah. Ms. Barrios, would you come up, please? You don't mind? Okay, well, several questions came up earlier about the process, and it was wondering if any way possible some of the responsibilities for hiring employees could be shared with human resources.
We had received a request, I believe, from Bo Black back in March, and from President Cormier. And if I could hand this out
Sure.
to y'all. What this is, when we received the request back in March, it's just something that I threw together. You know, this is short notice that you've called me here. But we have a state civil service league meeting once a year. We share emails and information between each other. So when Mr. Black and Mr. Cormier had sent me this request, what I did was I sent out to the surrounding areas, the civil service systems, that, you know, are like us. And this is the response that I got back to them. And I broke it down to some of the duties that we do and Human Resources does. And as you can see, most of the duties in there is done by the civil service departments. There are some things that the civil service does, and in our case, Human Resources does. And then I think in the city of New Orleans, they have a CAO. He didn't define what that is. That does a few of that. But these are the duties that they came back and told me that they do. So I don't know if this helps to define anything.
Do you know if Mandeville or New Orleans actually has an HR department?
I would think they do. Now, one thing that I would like for you to keep in mind is since the inception of civil service, we've had at least 3 employees to maintain all of these duties and responsibilities. And it's just been, you know, since we're shorthanded now that we're having trouble keeping up with all of this stuff. Some of it, and I've made a short list, donation of sick leave. We've had an increased amount of requests for that to be done. Since June 1st of this year, we've had 26 transactions for donations of sick leave, which total 3,282 hours. Verification of employment. Since this year, we've had 16 verifications. Some of those want check stubs for the last 3 years. You know, so some of these verifications can be very entailed. We have had 38 advertisements this year, and we're under a freeze. 22 new hires, and that's not to mention the transfers, demotions, or what have you.
You have those numbers, but they're not on this spreadsheet.
This is just stuff that I've pulled out from, you know, a report that I've been doing to my commissioners. You know, these are just things that our department has had an overwhelming amount of stuff to be done.
Well, I like to take them, like if, for instance, you had mentioned something about verification of employment, and you would have to have, maybe they want the checks.
They want check stub, copies of each check
And
stub.
where do you go to get those check stubs?
Out of our payroll system.
Out of the parish's payroll system?
Yes, that's correct, in New World.
And so you just pull them out and print them?
We have to pull them out and print them. We do a check history from year to year, from 1/1 of that year through December 31st of that year. But some of these, I guess it depends on whether or not they may be carefully considering whether or not to approve a loan or not. They actually want the check stubs to be able to determine how much overtime may be in each one of the paychecks.
And so you have access to that system, and you
Yes,
just
we do.
computerize it, push a button, and then print them out?
Correct. And we do this not only for PPG, we do this for port employees also.
I have a question.
Make a note of that. Port employees, we also do.
Why would that not be on the employee to provide that versus civil service?
Because they want that from their employment agency. not from the employee. And they want it 3 years back.
And why isn't that not recommended through the payroll department to pull it and forward it to that corresponding?
Because we do the verifications. Because they want not just the stuff that payroll has, they want verification of their job title.
But couldn't you just ask payroll, hey, I need you to pull this employee's records for 3 years?
Someone still has to do it.
I know that, but it wouldn't be on your department. I'm just, just saying, to save time or whatever.
It's always been done by our
Okay.
department.
I'm curious as to what lender or underwriter is going to ask for.
It's usually 3 years back that,
Right,
that they request.
what kind of lender or underwriter is going to ask for 3 years of monthly pay stubs? I mean, you can just provide a W-2.
No, usually it's for a loan, probably for a house.
Yeah, I've done a
where
couple of those.
yeah.
So, I mean, I've always been maybe 3 months back at the most. But it's on me. It's not on my employer.
Well, recently we've had some like bank loans, and it's I would guess it's probably for a house where it's a large amount, where they actually wanted each check stub.
Right. It's just strange, but
I mean, normally we would print out the check history from January 1st through December 31st for the last 3 years, which is only 3 reports out of the payroll system.
Right. But I mean, like Mr. Russo said, I bet you basically go in New World and you just put the employee's name, put a time range, and then just hit print. Right?
For those 1 reports, for the
Okay.
3 reports. But if they're requesting each check pay stub, then you have to pull up each individual pay period, the 26 per year, to print each report.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. That sounds pretty odd. But do we have a mechanism? I know in my private business, we do have I don't know if you want to call it a database, but it's a software application where all of your employee records are, you have a password, and you go into that system, whether it's HR benefits or whatnot, and it gives you your W-2s, it gives you your payroll. But you can, what an employee can print
That
out
would be
themselves.
more of a finance question, but I think our system is capable of doing that, but I don't think each employee has access to go into the system, to do that sort of stuff.
Okay. I mean, that's something I probably think we should look into for the future, where we have employees that can access their own benefits, their own payroll, their own, stubs and W-2s.
Right.
I mean,
Right. One other thing that I would like to touch on also is personnel files. We have had a very large, an increased amount in requests for employee personnel files, for copies of that. We've had 19 in the last month, and some of it is like for the ethics due to some of these lawsuits that are going around, HR for workers' comp stuff, personal lawsuits, accident-related. And one of the things is not having my scanning clerk. Has been gone for 1.5 years to ensure that we have all of the records within that personnel file. We're having to dig through boxes, to pull out the stuff to make sure that it's copied with the requested information on there. And then the layoffs. I mean, I know y'all say, well, we're laying off people or what have you, but that's an increase of duties in my department because not just with the notification of a layoff, which the notification letter is done by Human Resources, we have to do the exit interview. We have to generate the paperwork to take them off of the system and then process it in the payroll system, send copies out to everybody and their brother that, keeps track of all that stuff. And then we have to research each employee that's been laid off and any classification that they've been employed in the past. We have to place them on the appropriate preferred reemployment list for those classifications. And then we've got employees coming in, with all of the unrest between, everybody within the workforce. We have a lot of, people coming in with concerns and, just need to be reassured about their jobs and stuff like that. In addition to our regular duties.
Can you review a list of activities or jobs that you perform in your office that can be done through human resource? That can be done by human resource?
Well, The
I'm just
civil
saying,
service
just to
department-
come with a list and give us an idea of what can be done.
I don't see anything that we do that they can do. We still have to do
Well,
the
I don't know.
certification
According-
classifications.
Yeah, but according to this, there's opportunities on there that can be done, because the other areas that you have on your list are not performing the task that you're performing. And they still are being mandated, required, and maintaining the civil service process.
The only ones that they're performing HR is like discipline in some areas in Slidell. Human Resources performs those duties in our area, whereas Slidell and City of New Orleans, the Civil Service Department handles that. Alexandria and
I see where Jefferson, Kenner, Orleans, and Alexandria has a lot of oversight where they're not being followed through by civil service. So that means those things should be opened and not mandated for them to do through civil service. And if that's the case, then that's a possibility of where maybe we can assist you through your area, since you have only 2 of y'all working. Like, they give you some help through human resource to alleviate the stressfulness that y'all have over there with trying to get things done.
well, the
because of
only
lack
thing that
of
I see
employment.
that they do that we don't do is say the discipline is done sometimes in civil service, sometimes in HR. The retirement is done sometimes in civil service, sometimes in HR. Terminations are done, civil service by one other entity.
But why you going through that list when you say sometimes in civil service, sometimes in HR?
Because-
that's in Plaquemines Parish?
In Plaquemines, no. What I'm referring to is in discipline. Plaquemines Parish handles, HR handles the discipline. In City of New Orleans, it's civil service. In City of Alexandria, it's their HR department. And in City of Slidell, it's their civil service department. That's what I mean by sometimes.
What duties are you is civil service required to handle?
Everything that's required through our rules, and our rules are laws.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm going to use City of New Orleans, for example. Interviews, I-9s, state taxes, direct deposits, personnel files, things of that nature. There's a blank, so evidently civil service isn't handling that for the City of New Orleans.
They didn't reply to it. They didn't tell me whether they were doing it or not. The specific duties
Well, they showed
that
you
they
these other
told
ones
me.
they were doing. A lot of these functions, to me, seems that they should be or could be handled by Human Resources. Not to put any more on you, Ms. Bridget, but would it be fair to say maybe y'all can get together and see if you can alleviate some of these duties that she's performing?
Well, there's some things that are protected because of the way our payroll system
Right,
is
those
set up.
things,
Because
what are you required
because
to
I
do?
can't put in benefit information, and she can't put salary information, and finance puts in the hours to print the paycheck. So it's kind of like a check and balance system the way it's set up. It's no one person has their hand in the whole till.
But Ms. Horton, is there anything that you can do to, any additional tasks that you can do to alleviate some of the workload off of civil service?
Not to sound the same, but in our defense, we're having a hard time keeping up what we have. And I have some of our duties outlined, but I didn't have enough time to put everything together. But I can give you an example of what we do. Now, we did not compare parishes because I knew Ellen was getting that information, but we have not had a chance to compare what St. John does versus what we do, or, but I can show you some of the things we do.
I think we're just trying to find a happy means here so we can continue moving forward with the hiring process and things of that nature, because we've approved over 51 positions just this year, and you said you only did 38 advertisements. I know there were some positions approved back in April. Those people still hadn't been hired yet.
On what position?
Well, that's just the lifeguards. That's just something in general.
Well, we
But
process- we're working
well,
on-
summer's over. They're not needed now. But it's just, the council is trying to find ways to get the job done.
Right. And some of that, I can't initiate it until administration sends me the request to advertise for that. Like the fog truck drivers, I know that was one
Well, yeah,
concern
right.
that y'all had, and I'd never received the request in order to fill those vacancies. So just because the freeze has been lifted doesn't mean that I'll automatically, fill those positions, because it has to be requested by administration in order to fill those positions.
So can you give us the procedure then? How did that, just educate the council, those of us, because I don't know. So if the administration asks for a position to be unfroze that's vacant and funded, and we pass an ordinance to lift the freeze,
They send me a letter.
Then what happens, so that ordinance is not enough? What happens, what
No,
has to
the
happen?
administration sends me a letter requesting to fill the vacancy, okay? So at that time, if I have a
Wait,
list
wait,
already
wait.
generated.
When you say send your letter, they don't have to send you a letter.
Once the ordinance is approved, it should be.
They, obviously, you say in like it's a smooth transition, you know, the administration sends us a letter. That's if they decide to send you a letter. If they don't decide to send you a letter, I'm familiar with it, but I want it clear for the public and for everybody trying to understand the process, how it works. We, as Mr. Black says, unfreeze a position and fund it. It's out of our hands. Goes to the administration. Then the administration decides if they want to fill it or not.
That's correct.
And if they don't send you a letter, then you don't do anything.
That's correct.
Okay?
But they have to send you a letter.
They don't have to.
Well, that's the question.
If they want to fill it, they send us a request to.
But you won't post it without a letter from the administration.
Correct.
You won't just do it based on
Yeah,
ordinance.
I mean, I've got
No.
several classifications. I don't advertise, you know, just because we have a classification.
So your direction comes from administration, even though we passed the
They're the
ordinance and
appointing-
appropriated the funds.
They're the appointing authority over the position, so they would send the request. And that's how the rules are
Right,
specifically
that-
stated,
right.
is that they send the request to fill the vacancy.
And what is the time frame, based on when you receive a letter from the administration, you know?
When we were full staff.
No, right now.
Right now, what we've been doing, because we're so shorthanded, I have a spreadsheet in there. When a request comes in, I have what the request was, the date that it's filled, and then I'm taking care of the first come, first serve, unless it's timely. If it's a subpoena for personnel files that has to be done by a certain time period, those are moved up ahead of the others. Other than that, it's first come, first serve.
Counsel-
We're doing the best that we can.
Councilman Ishcombe, then Mr. President.
Yeah, so my question, all this information on this paper you gave us, who gathered all this information?
I'm sorry?
Who gathered all this
I
information?
did. I sent out an email to all of the surrounding directors of civil service.
Okay, so you made this.
This came from civil service departments within the state.
Okay.
Mr. President, anybody else on the tape? But Councilman Black?
I'll wait for the president.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so my question is, in the manpower section tab of the budget book, we have 64 positions that were funded. Out of those 64, 52 of them, the hiring freeze was listed. Out of those 52, how many requests do you know that you get to go ahead and post? Because, I mean, some of these positions, you know, like solid waste, firefighting,
We've,
mosquito
the chief
control.
internal auditor, we have sent y'all a list in reference to that. The assistant parish attorney, we did have someone in, but I just got the ordinance from Kim, and Mr. Cormier is supposed to be sending me the letter in reference to that.
While we're on that one, I understand that they decided not to hire the individual as an employee. They put him under contract. Correct?
Okay, so that.
Wait, let them answer that.
Let me respond that, and this is where I can assure you that the ordinance where the council cut my director's pay down part-time, I did not send a request. That was done by ordinance with no request from this administration.
I don't know what that has to do with the assistant parish attorney that we're talking about on contract right now versus the employee on line 3. So understand that that position has been moved from an employee position to a contract. Is that correct from the administration?
This
On line
was a
3,
matter.
page.
This was a matter, Councilman Roussel, that was discussed in executive session.
Well, it's not executive session now. It's public record. It's a payroll situation that we're trying to talk about now. We're trying to get a broad understanding. This is not a battle of trying to see, we got you, you got us. This is a basic conversation about payroll, and we're trying to figure it out as Mr. Black is going down the line. And so I would like it to be understanding as we go through everything so we don't gloss over it and there's misinformation down the line.
The issue is that we have, as was discussed before, we have numerous cases. We're talking about the budget here. And we've got, even though, for example, the district attorney claimed that he won the first lawsuit, he's filing a second lawsuit with the money that this council gave him. And so we don't want to fall into a trap of
I understand
micromanaging
that. Look, I
legal to the
understand that.
point to where
This is not.
I'm trying to get to the point, though.
The point
which
is, this is a contract. That's the only point.
The point is that we don't when we want to avoid conflicts of interest with all these lawsuits that the district attorney keeps bringing and that these other firms keep bringing. So that was the issue, not to have a conflict of interest where PPG's interests are misaligned and we wind up having to take different positions on a certain piece of
I'm
litigation.
understanding that, but we're going down the list. All I asked is this was a contract, so it's not something that civil service will be burdened with, or human resources would be burdened with. Correct? Evidently, the legal department did a contract, correct? And it's in your office. And you're charging it to this budget line item as personnel. So, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
The scanning clerk, we finished testing last week. Assistant purchasing agent, someone was selected, and that position is currently filled. The lifeguards, I received 4 candidates that had the life-saving certifications. I called them in. 2 came in, we processed, they have reported to work. The other 2 have not shown up at the office. I sent them a letter today giving them a time to come in to complete the paperwork. I do have it posted until filled in case somebody has those requirements that we can certify. The helper, same thing. I've got that posted right now. Combination building inspector has been posted. I haven't gotten any applications on that. The communications manager, I haven't received anything on that. The deckhands, I haven't received a request to fill that either.
Hold on one second. Yeah, let's not just fly over them. I appreciate you trying to get this done, but
Okay.
the telecommunications manager, I think this is Mr. Charles Drago's position?
That's correct.
Okay. Critical need position.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if we have any, do we have any legislation, guys, from the administration to get this?
There's legislation to lift the hiring freeze on it.
Okay, that's
So
Mr.
how can we
Bartholomew's?
be advertising if we haven't?
That's not advertised. I'm
Oh,
just going through your list.
Yeah, that's what that is on Thursday's agenda?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, that's a critical need position, so,
Mhm.
all right, go ahead.
Okay, the deckhands, I haven't received a request to fill that one. The
You have
ferry
not?
captains, no, I have not. The,
How long was, hold on.
That's where I do remember sending an email requesting the advertising of deckhands.
I'll go back and check, but I don't have one on that, because I know Joey's been waiting on that.
So this is, look, I mean, I just want to speak up real quick on this one. See, this is the issue, is that the council is getting hammered, okay, by the public on why we don't fund positions and why we keep paying overtime. And the director of public services is asking us for deckhands. So we go in, we fund it, we do our job. The administration is then saying they've done their job and notified you, yet we have, 5 deckhand, three deckhand positions, 2 ferry captain positions, and we're paying people overtime. That's correct. We're struggling, and if we find out that it's been sitting on civil services desk since we passed this, probably like 6 months
I
ago.
haven't had the deckhand. Now, the ferry captain has been advertised several times within the.
That can also, but what happened, I think what you did, you advertised for maybe a month, then you took it off. And we actually, yes.
I think so.
And we've asked you to continue to keep it up there
The
until
ferry
it's full.
captain, the ferry captain, we did. We have advertised
We've done the
that one.
deckhands too, when Mr. Harlan resigned.
I mean,
And we
one
did
of the
that.
things that we used to do
I know we did
with
that.
the other person that's no longer there at this time, we used to do a monthly vacancy list. And what it did was everything that was a budgeted vacancy within the classified system, we did a follow-up. We copied the people on the audit committee, and we sent it to the parish president and the directors over there. And if there was a list that was sent out, we sent a copy of the eligibility list and what the status was on each.
Okay,
one of
so
these.
every-
We don't have time to do that.
Well, let
anymore.
me say this. I'm not sure how many people Tommy has working in his office, but every 2 weeks, my office calls up Rochelle or Tommy and says, give me a list of the funded vacant positions. And it takes Angie probably, 5 minutes to email me back with the entire list, with all the funding, the sources, everything. So I'm not too sure
Well,
how much difficult of a process that is.
With this letter that we would do, it had that list as the front page on it with the budgeted vacancies, but it was a detailed list as far as if we received a request to fill this vacancy or we received a request to fill this vacancy, how many times it was advertised, or if there was a list.
That should be just a spreadsheet that you update every couple of
That
weeks.
takes a lot of time to gather all
To
that and pull folders to make copies of the.
Well, I mean, you should know
because
that
we
if you have
didn't
60
send-
positions and you didn't hire any.
We didn't
One at a
send-
time, please.
We didn't send copies of the eligibility list when we first started doing this, but when it would get to the directors or whoever, they wanted copies because they had lost the list or one thing or another. So we always pulled that and we sent that together as part of the packet.
Councilman Black?
I don't have any further up.
Mr. Russell?
So let's use this as an example, these 3 deckhands. We've been short of deckhands for probably 20 years. So why do we not leave this on continuously being advertised until we got a full complement of deckhands hired? Why can't we just continuously advertise it until filled?
Because
I know we used to say that all the time, position open until filled. No expiration date. That meant that any time anyone wanted to file an application for a deckhand, they could go into an office, file an application, and submit it through the system, and eventually we might catch up. But if we just put for 30 days and forget about it for 60 days or 90 days,
No,
it's a problem.
normally what we do is the procedure is we'll advertise it twice because my rules say that it has to be posted for a 14 calendar day period. I'll do that twice. If I don't get any candidates, then I put it up until filled. But I have to
Well,
make
it's
an
not up
attempt
to
to follow
date.
the rules.
But it's not up to date, right?
The
No,
deckhand.
let me ask you
no.
this. That's a good thing. Your rule says it has to be advertised for 14 days.
14 calendar days.
Does anything in your rule say that it can't be advertised until filled?
No.
Then why not do that?
Because sometimes I'll have it, I will get candidates within the first 2 weeks. And the thing is if I keep it up that long and I have somebody that I received an application for 6 months ago, chances are 6 months later, they've already found another job.
It doesn't really-
And we're doing interviews and
Look.
sending people who have already found jobs.
Let me just say this. It doesn't matter, the time frame. If you keep it up there and you advertise it until filled, it doesn't matter if they got another job or not. They're not going to come fill out another application. If it's advertised until filled, then that means we will continuously advertise until it's filled. It's pretty simple in my mind. If your rule doesn't say 14 to 24, it says at minimum 14 days, then advertise it until filled. I'm going to beat
Well,
the dead horse.
the rule
here.
says for me to advertise for 14 calendar days, and I mean,
It
the
doesn't
rules
say
are laws.
doesn't say you can't advertise for more, though, correct?
It states specifically for me to advertise for 14 calendar days.
Does it say at least a minimum or
No,
what?
for me to advertise for 14 calendar days.
So you interpret that to mean that once 14 days is over, it's up?
Then it comes down. And then I review the applications and go through certifications,
And if you have no
do background
application-
checks. There's a lot involved in certifying them on a list. You don't want to spend money on background checks and all of that if you're not filling a position or if there's not a need for it. Not to mention the manpower that I don't have to do it.
I know, that's why I'm trying to make it easy for you. Advertise it till it's full. So you don't have to go back and do it over and over and over and over.
But if I'm advertising something that they don't want to fill, just like the mosquito control, and then,
That's
I
a
have a
different-
list and
Look, that's a different issue.
I haven't gotten a deckhand.
Right, that's a different issue on the mosquito control. He hasn't asked you for it, so that's why you haven't advertised, I understand it. But if he's asked you for the deckhand,
I have not received a request for the deckhand.
well,
Let me,
Excuse me, Mr. President. Ms. Williams? Wait a minute. All right, Mr. President.
yes, let me just go on record stating the council's tired of me complaining about the critical manpower shortage. I want to go on the record stating I want all positions that come before you, the one exception being FOG, because that came from the director pay, but everything else I want to stay advertised until they're filled. Earlier this morning I stated that as parish president, this is the least amount of manpower, least amount of employees we've ever had in the history of Plaquemine. So once we have the funding for a position, I want it to remain up until filled.
I'll review the rule and get back with you on that.
But I'm sorry, Councilman Russo brought up that.
Excuse me.
So, you got this one?
Hold on, wait a minute, wait a minute. Go ahead, let
I yield to
him
Mr.
finish.
Black.
Go ahead
I
on.
yield to Mr. Black.
Hold up. Go ahead, Mr. President, Mr. Black, then Mr. Roussel, all right?
I don't want to steal Councilman Russo's thunder. I thought he made the
I
point
had
well.
enough thunder for the day, believe me.
The point being that I think Councilman Russo requested that you stated that under the civil service rules that there's 14 days to advertise, correct?
It states that I have to advertise for 14 calendar
Okay.
day.
And that's the minimum.
period.
Now, does it state anywhere in the civil service rules that you're precluded or you cannot keep the thing advertised for a longer period of time?
It comes down, there's a time period for them to receive to send the application in. After that, then is when the applications are processed.
Wait, so the question was this.
After the 14 calendar day period is whenever the applications are processed.
Okay, but assuming we do not have, is there anything in the civil service rules that say that you cannot keep a position advertised beyond 14 days?
It just says to advertise for a 14 calendar day period.
Okay, so then the directive of this administration, as Councilman Roussel pointed out, is that we keep the positions advertised until they're filled. That way we'll have a longer period of time to, longer possibility with which to have someone apply and to consider them for filling that position.
I'll get with you in reference to this.
Okay, thanks.
Councilman Burke, then Councilman Black.
I just had a generic question.
Councilman Junior.
From earlier today, I believe it was the ferry captains. Besides the parish website and posting in the libraries, how do we advertise for positions?
Just through our parish website, and we send to all of our in-house. I did receive one applicant on there, but there were some issues with stuff with the Coast Guard. He's supposed to be coming back with us. I have one possible candidate, but I have not received anybody else that's qualified.
So we don't use the newspaper or
No.
trade
Usually if they
organizations?
request it, because there again, that's stuff we have to pay for. It's costly to advertise. Like in the Times-Picayune, it used to be $500, almost $600 to run for the weekend.
To run a classified ad, it's $500 for the weekend?
For job classifications,
Really?
yeah. And that's like Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
All right.
It's expensive.
Well, getting back to my original question then. So, I have a total different interpretation as well as the president, as well as Mr. Roussel, and probably have the council on the 14-day issue. But I'll let y'all work that out. The president did ask, and I want to just make it clear. So, out of the 64 on this page, we have 52 that the hiring freeze has been lifted and funded by this council. Out of those 52, the president doesn't wish to do 28 through 31, which is mosquito control. So there's 48 positions that are funded and vacant, and this council has lifted the hiring freeze. Do you need anything else besides the president's directive verbally at an official council meeting to post for all of these positions?
Just his request. But some of those, like the fire positions or what
Yeah.
have you, we don't get involved in all of those. So when you're looking from 50 down to, I guess 60.
So you don't get involved in the fire departments?
That's another classified system. They'll send me a letter stating who they're hiring. I've worked with Mr. Roy to do like the state.
Don't we pay you guys an intergovernmental service charge for it?
I don't advertise for his. He does that. That's a whole different.
Any intergovernmental service charge, are we paying civil service for duties, Mr. Chief?
We process their hires. Yeah.
Okay, well, if they're not doing the job, why are we taking money from the fire department fund to pay civil service for not doing the job?
The only thing we don't do for them is the advertisements. We don't do the advertisements for the fire department, but we do process the new hires. We maintain their personnel files and so on and so forth. They're required to do state background checks with FBI checks. We do run those for Mr. Roy once he's narrowed down his candidate.
All right, Tom, you guys look into that a little bit further. That seems, I'm not sure what's going on with that, but, so anyway, I just wanted to make it clear that we're going to start seeing some either people coming on board or some advertisements?
Yeah, and all these positions with solid waste, I mean, the truck drivers, the automated truck drivers, the cherry pickers, I mean, we've advertised those. We just can't find people with CDLs willing to go to work on the lower end of the parish. You know, and then we may get an applicant that has a CDL license, but when we run it, they're suspended. You know, their license has been...
Well, I mean, maybe if we start a program, you know, just get a little innovative here and have incentives for people to come in. If people, I mean, look, people want jobs, so we have to advertise and give an incentive where, you know, based on your prior work experience, the parish will pay for a CDL. I mean, I think that's something that maybe we can look into and give somebody an incentive that necessarily doesn't have a, say you got a guy who's working a garbage truck, he wants to drive it, you know, whatever, however it is, and he wants to go for promotion and he can't afford the CDL, have the parish pay for it. It's going to benefit us.
They have done that in the past. It's been a long time. Safety, I think, used to get involved with some of that with their CDL licenses. Same thing as in our deckhands. We've had deckhands that have moved up to oilers, who've moved up to engineers, who've moved up to captains. But it's been a while, a couple of years since we've had someone with the initiative to actually move up. Flood control, same thing. We've had some helpers in that department that have initiated to get their CDL license in that department.
I'm not sure if that's an HR function to try to have some internal mechanisms so employees could actually go to higher graded positions.
When Mr. Surpass was Director of Public Service, I think he worked with a lot of the employees and encouraged them to work up into those positions.
Councilman Juneau, then
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Williams.
Ms. Barrios, with that regulation of 14 days, can you get that changed in any way for us to advertise longer? Because once you pull it, people that's looking for a job thinks it's filled already. Just like when, if the president asks you to make it last longer, can't you do that? Can't you take his recommendation? Or do we have to put up an ordinance to make you do it?
No, the reason the 14 days is there is it closes it out, and then I finalize a list to be able to send to administration for them to do their interviews. I mean,
I
you know, once you're
understand that.
doing interviews and a selection, you know, you don't want people thinking that there's still a job available.
Well, that's what
once
I'm they- saying. If there's not a job, if there's still jobs available and you take it off the board, then the people think it's filled. Am I correct?
If I've got applications or people to certify, then the next step from that advertisement is to put them on the list, send the copy of the application to administration and the directors or the supervisors for them to do the interviews to make the selection. If I don't have those 3 people to refer, it goes back on the board for other people to
So
apply.
as a civil service director, can you take orders from our president?
I will work with Mr. Cormier in order to get those things done.
Right.
And that's what I
Also-
told him. I'll get with him tomorrow and review that information with him.
Also, on this information you got, you only have 2 parishes. The rest you have cities, New Orleans, Alexandria, Slidell, Mandeville, and a large corporation of Kenner. Why didn't you check with St. John, St. Charles, any other
This was
parish
sent
around?
to, St. John has a civil service system, and it was sent to them. They just didn't reply to me.
Okay, well, I think,
These are all the other areas that have civil service.
I understand it, but I think if we got parishes instead of cities, then it might show that they do as much work as you do. That's what we got to find out instead of cities. Cities has more control over it than the parishes. You don't think so, Ms.
No, I'm saying,
Bridget?
after looking at this for a second, there are things on here that we do that are not on here. This is not the complete list.
Okay,
of
you do more,
each
right?
of our functions.
You do more?
I couldn't tell you how long it takes to do a certification as opposed to, I can tell you how long it takes to do a retirement application.
Right, but if we had more parishes on here, then we can compare.
Correct, and I can put my stuff in hers. I did a little flow chart just with some of our duties that we
Okay.
do. I mean, it's not broken down into every single thing that comes out of there. FMLA, I mean, I just have FMLA or, you know, Family Medical Leave or Fair Standard Labor Act. We deal in a lot of compliance. That's not.
But like everyone at this table, our major concern is that we have to leave it down because we need deckhands. And if it's pulled after 14 days and the people are looking and it's pulled, then we can't hire nobody because it's not available. We got to leave that on as long as we can to get the people hired. Am I correct, Mr. Jolly?
You're correct, sir.
Okay.
Finish her? Ms. Williams, then
Yes.
Mr. Lapine, Councilman Lapine.
Yes, in reference to, and I'm going to go back to the 14 days. Some positions have 14 days. There are some positions that are advertised until filled. I've seen them. So what's the difference? How do you determine if you have a 14-day window and then you say some of them are until filled?
When they go up the first time, it's for the 14-day period.
Then when they come again?
And then I will repost it for another 14 days to try to get those 3 applicants. If I don't get it after the second time it's been posted,
Then it goes to unfilled?
That's when our normal routine is to post it then until filled.
Okay. And as far as the solid waste employees, no one was hired for solid waste out. There were interviews done. The superintendent did interviews and made 2 selections. But as of today, no one has been went to work.
And I think the person they offered it to declined the job.
No, that was one of them. There was another. There was 2 other positions that he made selections for,
Right.
and those people still aren't at work today. So I'm just.
I know there was a helper. There was a helper list sent to them. The others, the compactor, truck driver, those need, and the cherry picker needed CDL license, and I think the applicants that we had applied for each one of those. So it's like the first one who declined, not only declined for one, it was for all of those positions.
Well, according to my correspondence with the superintendent, there was one that was offered a job, but he didn't want to take it on the southern end for one of the positions.
Right.
Then there were 2 other people for 2 different positions that were interviewed and were recommended to your department by the superintendent, but they have yet to go to work.
I haven't gotten that.
Okay.
I haven't gotten the letter with the selection on that one.
Okay. Seems like there must be some kind of miscommunication going on here. We have a lot of that.
I mean, it would be easier for me if the first person on the list was automatically appointed to the position, but that's not the way it works.
Councilman Black.
I think Mr. Lapine first, then I'll go. Mr. Bartholomew.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lapine, I'm sorry. I thought you had one. I
Yeah,
apologize.
after him.
Yeah, I apologize for that.
Ms. Barrios, we talk about the 14-day period of hiring someone. In the different job opportunities that we have that people put in applicants for, if there is an applicant that is awarded the job and they get the job, can we, or do we have a mechanism in place or a plan in place that says, well, hey, you got a job, let's look at it, even if those applicants put in for that job and didn't get that job, could they be diverted to another job and say, hey, maybe try to put in for this job? Do we have any plan in place? If we get people who come in, I'm talking about Plaquemines Parish residents who go and say, I went for that job, I didn't get it. But
Yeah.
could I be eligible for
Yeah,
another job?
We have, and we've had applicants that have come in, that CDLs are like gold when they walk through the
Well,
door.
I understand,
And-
but I'm certain,
Yeah.
I'm talking deckhands, helpers, drive, whatever, but could they be diverted to say, hey, that one got filled, can we try another one?
Well, we'll try to encourage them to apply for more than one application. Some of them may come in looking for a deckhand if it's not posted. They may apply for something, or if we know that you've got an ordinance on the table to unfreeze something or what have you, we'll let them know, well, this should be coming up, fill out the application, we'll hold on to it, for whenever it is posted. So we do try to encourage them, to apply for more than one position in there. Some people are not interested. I know, like the CDL drivers, some of them do not want to work a cherry picker, because it's not just driving a vehicle, it's operating a piece of machinery. So it takes a little bit more skill, and some people don't want the responsibility of working that claw, on somebody's property or.
But what I'm saying, too, somebody hands an application in, they're not afforded another job. I mean, what I'm saying is, you don't keep any records. Once they don't get the job, do you dismiss their records and that
Yeah,
applicant?
we hold on to them for 6 months.
Okay.
Once they're on there, we keep them for 6 months. So if say they fill the helper in solid waste, and then another vacancy comes up, the people who are already certified on the list are there for 6 months, but we'll post it. If it's longer than 30 days, if it's less than 30 days, we'll send them go back to the list and give them the top 3 names. If it's longer than the 30 days, these people may have found other employment, so we'll usually re-advertise to get a fresh set of names to send to the appointing authority.
Okay. Yeah, I want to, Ms. Horton had mentioned she has a spreadsheet as well. Do you have copies for the council, or?
I did make copies. This is a work in progress, so this is not complete, but it's something to look at and give you an idea of what we do.
Yeah, and while she passes that out, I do have some issues. So you have 42 different functions on this sheet for civil service. I just kind of want to, there's no confusion. I mean,
And please take into consideration, that's not everything that we do. That was just, some of the things that I named in my
Right.
email out to these other places.
right, I understand that, but like for instance, you have applications. Now, applications, pre-employment physicals, certification, testing, interviewing. I mean, to me, that's all orientation. That's all one function. That's not 7 different functions. I just want it to be clear to the council that we're not getting kind of, wool over our eyes a little bit, saying, "Wow, man, these guys have 42 different functions." But I mean, application process, all certification, that's all within the application process.
When I refer to the application, some of that is background check. If they require a college degree, usually we will verify the college degree on those. So, some of it is time consuming, and if it's requires work experience for so long, we usually send to the past employer, for verification. Anybody who's Marine personnel, the Coast Guard requires that we fill out, I think it's Form 49, CRF, something or what have you, to verify that they have not tested positive on a drug test for the last 2 years. That's a requirement that we have to do, according to the Coast Guard. So, when I say processing applications, it's not just here somebody comes in and hands me an application. Some of that is a little more entailed.
All right, and you had a line item about recruitment. Do we actively go out and recruit for personnel?
It depends on the position. We have in the past, like for the internal auditor, we've sent out stuff to the CPA journal. They have like a club. It's published in their paper. We used to go to the schools when they would have the career day at the high schools. I think they're doing it a little bit different now, but we used to go to the high school and set up, have copies of the applications and what our advertisements look for, and we explain to the kids, how important it is to put their information on the application.
When's the last time we've done that? Because I think that's pretty important.
We used to do it every year, but we haven't been invited by the school board the last maybe 2 years. 2 years or 3 years. And I had called over there, and I think they said that they were doing something a little bit different. Because they would have colleges that would come in, your services, the armed forces or whatever would be there also, and different employers throughout the parish.
Anyone else from the table? Any comments from the table? Mr. Russell?
Kind of following along, when you talk about state tax or pay increases, state tax, Fed tax, I-9s, we haven't had pay raises in quite a while.
If it's a promotion or demotion, it would affect the pay.
Have you had some promotions
Yeah, we had one recently.
in the last year?
Uh-huh.
One in a year?
In the purchasing department.
State tax?
We get changes, especially around when it's time to do your taxes. People will come in to change their state or federal taxes because they had to pay, or sometimes if there's overtime.
Why, that's a function to me, like, why do you have to do that when HR could be doing that? They don't have anything to do with the
Because
deductions?
it goes along with creating the personnel file in the payroll system. So those are the functions when you set up a new hire, and it's part of the checks and balances between, us, HR, and the finance department.
We're both involved in that.
Yeah,
Both
they do the
involved in-
benefit side. They do the benefit side, retirement and that sort of stuff.
So when you say the benefit side, what do? You do the retirement insurance?
Well, we'll have retirement, they'll have garnishments, deductions for uniforms.
Right, but so you do that side, but you do the tax side, the state, the Fed tax,
Correct.
and that can't be combined?
Well, we do unemployment taxes, we'll do that. I don't think y'all do anything with that.
Right, because by law, if you're not in the retirement system, you have to pay Social Security.
Right.
So that was something that they did because they have to do one or the other.
So in those items right there, is there any opportunity to consolidate those into one department or the other?
That's all part of our functions.
I know what we're trying to do here is we're trying to recreate new functions and consolidate functions if possible. So just because you've been doing that railroad track thing for 10 years or 15 years, we're really looking for something here for some efficiencies to be able to do some consolidate. That's the whole purpose of bringing y'all together at that table right there to see if we can get y'all to work together to consolidate some of these
Well,
issues.
to answer your question, I mean, if we have a new hire, that's all part of their new hire packet. So if I put part of their information in here, then I have to send it over to them, then payroll's going to have to wait for them to get to that file to do that input, before they can actually, print the person's check. So then we're actually processing stuff here and doing part of it that would have to be sent to somebody else. So it's just easier for us just to keep the same functions.
And for personnel files, you keep a file and you keep a file? So we got two personnel files?
The official records are housed in civil service.
But what you would have is mostly like discipline stuff that
Discipline.
may be kept confidential.
So we'll handle discipline, terminations, preterm, counselings.
And so you handle that, but when they appeal, they go to you.
Correct.
And separation notices,
That's from us.
change forms.
That's our department.
So we got to really look at your sheet and see what you do.
Some of mine will not be broken down, like we can look at under benefits, retirement. I have that we deal with 4 different retirements. We deal with the firefighters, the regular parochials, rovers, and the DA.
Well, like on this one, the civil service does FMLA, and you have FMLA under yours as well.
Correct. Do you deal in civil? I don't know what they do with FMLA.
But you do FMLA?
We don't do anything with FMLA, other than if there's a request for donation of sick leave, then it comes to us. And that's just to maintain payment.
All right, thank you.
Sullivan?
Yes, Ms. Barrios, I can appreciate a lot of your comments, but I think if we would direct any department head to utilize parish time and come up with a checklist, I think they could come up with something comparable to what you've handed the council. Just for instance, like the purchasing department, I think there's only 2 employees over there, and they make do. If there's a disaster, their workload and duties is going to increase. I think you will find that from department to department. So I'm not sure if I'm convinced that many of these things are not seasonal, and that they are not occurring every day within your office. So I just wanted to make my colleagues aware of that.
I guess my question is we've always maintained at least 3 employees in the department. We've had 4 up until recently. So is all of this just about y'all don't want to give me additional personnel in order to continue maintaining my department?
No, I'm not prepared to discuss that with you, but what I'm stating is that I think purchasing had 4 previous to the layoff. I think they always operated with at least 4, and they're down to 2. So I think my point is, I think you can find that scenario throughout the government.
Well,
Is my point.
Ms. Salvan, we're operating, we're doing the best that we can. Like I said, it's coming on a first come, first served basis. And, as we get to them, we process them. We don't stop. We're doing the best that we can.
And I can appreciate that, but to add to address your comment, you're accusing us that we just don't want to hire anybody. I can also say that you probably are creating an issue just because of the fact that what you're thinking the council is acting on.
No, that's not the case, Ms. Salvan.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Ashcall.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Ellen, in reference to what Mr. Black was talking about earlier with the ads, in the Times-Picayune, they'll do a Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday up to 5 lines for $210, and also they'll put it on NOLA.com.
It depends on the advertisement,
Or this is
like you said,
business.
on the lines. Usually the
This
ones
is
that we
jobs.
posted were around $500 to run, for the 3-day weekend on there. Normally.
They don't run on a weekend. So I'm just saying, it's Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday, up to 5 lines, $210, and with that, they also put it on NOLA.com. So it's not $500.
It's been a long time since we have advertised in NOLA.
Y'all never checked on it?
We've done some in the Advocate. Normally, we would get the request from administration to do that because we charge it back to their department. It comes out of their budget, to do those advertisements.
It's $210, Black.
Mr. B.
Anyone else have any comments from the table?
Yes, sir, I just have one.
Ms.
more.
Williams?
In reference to the helper and the truck driver for Solid Waste South, the interviews were held on a Tuesday and a Wednesday, sometime in June, I'm not sure of the exact date, and the paperwork was sent to you on a Thursday. And Mr. Ingraham actually had a conversation with you, and you asked him about those employees, and he stated to you that they hadn't been hired yet.
I'll go back
So
and.
please check your
and
email.
I'll go back and check that.
Because those are much-needed positions as well as the deckhands.
Any other comments from the table? Administration, any comments? Thank you very much. Mr. Surpass? Mr. Surpass, the next item, please.
All right, that's really all we have. I mean, if we could, besides addressing the issue of how we want to cover this funding, these reductions.
Repeat that, please. The last
Since- unless y'all want to go through anything else in the book, the only other thing I have is how do y'all want to address the fundings for the oil and gas and for sales tax reductions in revenue? And do you want to look at the stuff that's on the agenda and see how we want to fund those things?
Any comments from the table? Any items y'all want to address? Any item on the table that you'd like to address from the table? Guess we don't want to hear anyone about addressing the recommendation for the funding. That's what you're asking?
Yeah, that's all I'm asking for. I mean, I'm
So unless you want to wait till the council meeting to come before the council, that's up at the next meeting.
Well, we'll draw up the ordinances.
Yeah, I'm just saying, whatever the council want to do. Anybody have any recommendations? Any recommendations from the table?
I mean, I do. So this is the issue I have. Why is it incumbent on the council when the administration says, hey, I need, 5 folks in prom, okay, for instance, and then you give Mr. Bartholomew or another council member the request, and then you're asking the council where to get it from. I'm just saying, can you guys kind of collectively get together, finance, the Department of Operations or Public Service, wherever it is, and then come up with a funding source besides just using an emergency fund every time? Come up with some type of funding source. That way, it makes it a little bit easier on the council to say, okay, well, they've looked at the budget book and they've located funding instead of us sitting at the table going back and forth and debating on where the funding comes from. I mean, I think it makes it a lot easier on us.
And we can do that when we work with the departments and go back and forth to say, I always ask, do you have money in your operating budget we can move if you need a position or something like that? Unless, they don't have it and we can't find it, I'm not going to go in somebody else's department and take the money out. I mean, that would have to come from somebody in administration. Now, the issue with the revenues, I mean, this is $5 million. So this is a little bit different. I mean, there's no way we're going to go in this operating budget and find $5 million with what we cut already. So, like I said, I know how we did this budget when we did for 2017, and we cut the departments to the bone as it was. So, I mean, there's no way you're going to find that kind of money. So, I mean, I can draw up an ordinance and leave it blank you know, or put a blank in the ordinance, so we could try to figure it out in the council meeting, but it's just not going to go away, you know? So we're still going to have to figure out how we're going to fund this, one way or the other.
Councilman Roussel.
Yes, my only,
Councilman Roussel, then Councilman Burt.
my only recommendation at this point is that knowing what we're facing and knowing that we don't have any other sources to fund this, I would ask that the council please not incur any more expenses. Please do not take any steps to make the hole deeper. And if we wind up having to use one-time money to plug this hole, that should be a definite signal to all of us that don't dig the hole deeper. And it's a serious situation like we've never been in before. And I would ask that you consider that when we decide to plug in that blank, with everybody knowing where the money's coming from now, just not having the effort at this point to put it in.
Councilman Burt.
Yeah, I would just ask that before the next council meeting that the administration propose a plan to the council for consideration. And please email that before the council meeting so we can review it.
Thank you, Councilman Burt. And Councilman Roussel, you bring up an interesting point, and that's why at the council meeting I had that same question about, you say please not to incur any more expenses, but this honorable council incurred almost $13 million in expenses in LERDs, and that was without any cash to back up. That was a fund, that was an accounting offset with, once again, we're getting back to accounts receivable. So I would simply ask that we take an equal-handed approach across the board.
Councilman Roussel.
Yes, I've heard this comment several times already. So there's only two options. If we don't move forward with LERDs, and the difference between what I'm saying about LERDs is that we have a revenue source, and that's the Corps of Engineers, 100% funded, versus this as a revenue source coming from a settlement. And, you know, you say that as far as we've done that. The only alternative is, do you want to abandon the levee project? That's the answer that we have to address, because we put the money up for LERDs to buy the lands, easements, and right-of-ways for the development of that levee system. And we did that knowing that we were going to be funded 100% by the Corps to do that. And I didn't like the idea of having to buy those right-of-ways any more than anybody else, and I've asked your administration to seek donations for several years now, prior to you coming and since you've been here. And so the answer is very simple. Do we want to continue with the federal project and build the levees, or we want to abandon it? And without buying the LERDs, we have no other choice. So what is the situation?
Well, the situation is this. It's an accounting because you represent that it's 100% funded. You can ask Tommy that we do not have that cash. It's another one of these accounts receivable scenarios. Now, do I think, is it my opinion, that the likelihood that we collect from the Corps is greater than the likelihood that we'll collect from some of these FEMA accounts receivables? Yes. But I'm talking about cash right now, and that's why I've been focusing on the cash. That's real money, not accounts receivables as an offset to expenditures. And so that's all I'm asking for
Right.
equal, level-handed approach, because then you put PPG in a situation in the same way that we do have. This local political subdivision has the lowest revenue stream of all political subdivisions in the state of Louisiana. We're having to scramble to find checks to pay, or cash to pay, and waiting for the Corps to come around and reimburse us. And I think Director Serpaz can tell you that a lot of times we have to wait. And right now we are contending with some of the Corps' positions, because I don't think the Corps is treating us fairly, especially with the $7.5 million wetland mitigation bank credits that we purchased. And when the Corps changed its mind and refused to allow us to use those wetland mitigation credits, and I intend to keep fighting that, and Director Sanders intends to keep fighting that, that may, let's just say, sometimes they may forget where that checkbook's located for more months, and so it's going to put a little more pressure. That's why I make a distinction between real cash, what we really have, and accounts receivable.
I know, but look, this is a decision-making time. Do we want to finish the levee project or we do not? This council made a decision that we want to move forward with the levee project, and we took that risk by appropriating that funding with the option of having it being reimbursed 100%. Now, you keep going back to that situation, and I don't know of any other answer other than to move forward with the project or abandon the project. That's the only two outs I see. Now, I understand that you might not trust the Corps, and a lot of people don't, and maybe you think we won't get reimbursed, but we have been getting reimbursed all of these years, maybe not as quickly as we like. And you talk about the cash issue. I heard you recently say that the cash issue is over now because we settled a $45 million settlement, the biggest settlement in the history of the parish, and our cash issue is over. So which is it?
It goes to your statement about please do not incur any more expenses.
Correct.
If the cash issue is solved for the time being, but if that money is locked up in a vault, the cash issue is not solved. If you hide that money from this administration, then the cash issue isn't solved.
Well, I take issue with your terminology, hide. My actions were in open public meeting with at least six vote. There's nothing hiding here. The only hiding is the double talking. Now, I'm asking that we be upfront and honest. Do we want to finish the levee project? And as far as talking about me hiding money, you should be the last one to say that to me. Mr. Levine?
I guess the interesting part of this conversation is with the levy talk and the money, and you don't think it's in the bank. I think it's reimbursable. But we had a conversation a little bit earlier about some contracts that you have signed that we don't know where the money's coming from to pay that. We're asking not to go out and get in the contract and spend money. We're trying to be diligent and not spend money. We know that some of your department's going to come back to us in October and November and say, we don't have any money, we need this. That's a given. That's a fact. We know that happens every year. So we're asking you to be diligent like us and try to watch today, one of the ordinance was taking money out of, I think, the Rev or the Director of Administration's operational budget. So they will definitely be back and say, we need money from us. So this back and forth has got to come to a halt. Understand our point, and we do understand your point. You end up in a tough situation, absolutely. But don't just keep handing out free reign and free money, as we say, just because we got BP. It's not a slush fund. It's a one-time money. And I'm tired of hearing that we're going to go to this and use it. It's, again, when I told Mr. Russo, we got blamed, me and Mr. Edgecombe, for 2 years, almost 3 years now, that we spent all the money. We were terrible counsel and stuff. So I'm trying to be as diligent as I can. And I want to watch this money like a hawk and be good stewardess of the money. Okay? So, again, don't come off at us and learn to live within your means. And that's my point. Is just, I know that y'all coming back to us by the end of the year, and this department's going to say I'm short, this department's going to say I'm short, and we're going to have to scrounge for money again. So that's the frustrating part.
Finish. Any comments on the table? Administration? Is there a motion to adjourn? Offered by Mr. H. Coleman. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Williams. Call roll, please. Yes.
Councilmember Lapine? Yes. Councilmember Juneau? Yes. Councilmember Russo?
No.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Trufant Salvant? Yes. Councilmember Edgecombe? And Councilmember Williams.
Budget hearing is adjourned at 2:11.